Pokemon, you're in the chat. Wanker, huh? David, is my voice coming through nice and clear? No background static, nothing like this. Let's turn up the gain. I need to turn it down a little. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Am I coming through like a fucking robot? Well, that's awesome. Dory Arigato, Mr. Roboto. David's K, okay.
I wonder if this sounds any better. I don't think it does.
How about now? Maybe this will do it for you. Huh. I gotta increase the gain on this. I'm trying to figure this shit out, dude.
How about now? How about now? I think I'm coming through loud and clear now. I think I'm coming through loud and clear now. So yeah, I got a new microphone. Yeah, new mic. Apparently, there is a soundboard that plugs in the background, and I hit it on, and that's why you're hearing all that. But I can't hear it in the headset. I can hear it on the stream. I can't hear it in the headset. No echo now, right? That's because I had the sound up on my tablet, so everything I was saying was echoing back through the microphone. But I should be like loud, clear, and sounding better than damn near ever. What's up, CLB? What's up, Forever? What's up, Sheree? How is everybody? Everybody. So, yes, the amazingness of the wife. I say to the wife, my shit's broke. Goddamn microphone isn't working anymore. Soundboard isn't working anymore. So she's like, well, you know, Amazon's got shit on sale right now. There's a sale going on and all this. I'm like, all right, sweet. It's like, let me look through them and see what I want. So I'm going through them, all this kind of stuff. And I'm looking at like this $30 microphone or whatever. And out of nowhere, she, I look it up, I do a search, and they're like, yeah, Blue Yeti by Logitech is probably the best for gaming, streaming, all this kind of shit, right? So I sent it over to the wife because there's a day left in the sale. And she's like, yeah, I ordered that for you 3 days ago. I was like, what? She goes, yeah. And I got you an arm for it and everything else. Oh, damn, dude. So you're disabled right now forever? Got jacked up? And yeah, we're gonna paint this guy. Yeah, wife is the bestest. She's like 2 steps ahead of me on everything I do. Like I was like, yeah, my microphone's fucked, and I'm probably gonna get a new one. She had already ordered it, so it came in yesterday. I hooked it all up, tried it out, but couldn't stream with it to see how it was going to sound on stream. And then I'm like, yeah, it's just a standard microphone. She's like, no, it's got a soundboard board and everything else to it, right? And I'm like, no, like it's just a fucking microphone. She's like, no, you got to download the program, you idiot. So I looked, and sure enough, there's all these voice changers and stuff. Yeah, the wipe has my back 110%. Um, Originally, I was going to do an all black stream where I was going to paint everything black. But instead, I'm going to do little Shaymin here, this little Pokemon. Get it painted. Figure that'll be easier. And then by request, I did a Judge Dredd. I printed this guy out. Right now, I have the thing from Marvel Rivals. I just actually found a support that was in there. That has to come out and go in the trash. But dude's doing the entire line of Marvel Rivals figures, like 3D prints, and he's giving them away free and all that. All he asks that you upload a make or what have you. So I'm printing out the Thing right now from the Fantastic Four, and if it comes out looking okay, then I will start printing all of the Rivals off, all the different things. So there's quite a few, and then I'll paint them and actually put them up on his site to promote them. And I'm going to promote the shit out of that guy because it was a very nice thing he did for the community. Oh yeah, dude. Well, okay, so I think it was Danny Boss, and if he hops on tonight, I'll pull this back up. But yeah, Judge Dredd, he had asked for it. I think he came out pretty fucking badass. The scowl on his face, everything else. All this will be gold and everything. So we got him to paint, and then I got a bust of the Punisher as well. Good old Frank Castle with the original Punisher symbol. I did not see the highway robbery. What's the deal with Switch 2? My daughter was saying something about the games are going to be like $90 or some stupidness. But yeah, so we got the Punisher to paint too. Yeah, $90 physical games. Wrong? What do you mean wrong? Yeah, forever saying $90 physical games. My daughter said the same thing, that they're talking about the games being $90 each or some shit. She said that because I have the Switch OLED, that mine would be fine. And then I did a reprint of this guy and blew him up to twice the size he was. So he's going to have to get done again. This one will actually, I think he'll actually base stand. So when we're done with him, he's going to look like that. But I know everybody was, including me, was upset. So I reprinted good old Donkey Kong here solid instead of hollowed. Took a bit more resin and a lot more weight in this barrel. Like, I mean, he's heavy. But yeah, we'll have to get him in the black and then go from there. We have Batman the Animated Series, which I showed this one off before, I think. Like, matter of fact, this thing's going to have to get sanded down so the head fits in better. But yeah, Animated Series Batman. Yeah, that head does not fit quite right. I don't know why. It's got to get shaved. Definitely got to get shaved because little too big for its britches. We'll shave that down, get that all together. And then last but not least, this one's got to get blacked, and this is that squirrel girl that's all in pieces. So she'll get done But that's next week's stream. We'll be getting everything to black. I also had him out to the Krang. I thought about painting him, but I think I'm gonna go with this one instead. In the United States, Mario Kart World is $80. Yeah, so let me ask you guys again. My voice does sound fine coming through this thing. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, even $80. Like, unless that's some kind of like how they're doing all the damn deluxe editions. One, I like the Switch. I think it's a neat console. My take on the Switch, personally, I picked it up at the end of its life cycle because it was on sale cheap. And I really love my Metroid games or what have you, and my Mario games and stuff like that. Legitimately, I'll play on my PC or my Xbox before anything else. Yeah, I didn't. I'm just making sure because, like I said, brand new mic and making sure that the gain isn't too high or too low, so I'm not coming through and like blowing out your friggin' eardrums or any of that stuff. Is that for Switch One or Switch Two? $500. The wife asked me if I wanted to pre-order one. I said no. I said nah, I'm good. I legitimately just got my Switch right before Christmas, like 2 weeks before Christmas. There was a sale on it for like $300. I want to say no, it was 275 with Mario Kart bundled in with it. So it's only like another $100. Okay. Yeah, see, like Forever's the same way. Like I'll tell you now, the I played Paper Mario Origami Kingdom, the Zelda games, the oh god, I almost called it Skyward Sword. It's not it. What the hell are they? The two that are like you can adventure across the whole land and all that. Tears of the Kingdom, and I can't remember. I haven't played the other one yet, but Tears of the Kingdom, I got that for like I want to say it was on sale for like $30. I picked that up. Picked up Pikmin 3 and 4, played through them. They were really good. Actually, Pikmin 4 was a lot of fun. Breath of the Wild, there you go. But yeah, I don't know. Nintendo, like, I mean, like I said, great system. If I was going on a trip somewhere, like if I had to fly on a plane, I would definitely take it on a plane with me because it's portable, all that kind of stuff. Um, but I'll be honest with you, now I can legitimately link through a Bluetooth to my Elite 2 controller for the Xbox, put the Xbox app on my cell phone, and link into my console at home as long as I'm on good enough Wi Fi or if I have good enough phone connection, phone reception, whatever area. And I can just play my home console right on my cell phone. Of course, CLB. They've been doing region lock since the Famicom Nintendo Entertainment System days. They always do that region lock shit, and they always do everything proprietary. Somebody will jailbreak it, guaranteed. Guaranteed. It always happens. I know I'm talking tech nerd terms, but I'm sure you guys know what well, most of you guys know what I'm talking about. But jailbreaking it basically will allow it to play stuff from all regions. Like, I don't know. I'm not real excited for it. I know the rumor was the next Xbox console is going to have the ability to connect to Steam. If that's the case, I don't know what's going to happen there. That's going to be crazy. Yeah, I mean, Sony priced it like the price for the PlayStation 5 is fucking stupid ridiculous in my opinion. So I think I was given a history lesson to my son about the original Xbox when that first launched. Matter of fact, I was back in Blockbuster when that launched. Um, and the original Xbox, they lost $200 per console putting that system out. And they ate it just because they wanted to see if they could get into the video game market like Microsoft with their own console. And I'll be honest with you, is the best out of the bunch. What's up, Devin? How are you? We'll give Devin the old heart for you, Devin. Thank you. Howdy, hey. Howdy, ho. Yeah, but crazy fucking with this microphone thing. I do get a kick out if I can put this shit on in the background and go. Dorio arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo. Domo. Shit cracks me up. Yeah, like can do all that kind of crazy stuff. And like I said, it's funny because all I hear is my own voice. I don't hear, like, you guys probably heard the robot voice, right? Because when I was screwing with it when I first fired up the stream. But yeah, I can't hear the robot voice. You guys can. Let's see. Your voicemail greeting? What do you want your voicemail greeting to say? You want it to be like, I don't know, something like this.
This is Satan from hell. Thank you for calling my cell phone. CLB is unavailable right now, but if you leave a brief message, I will get back to you at my earliest convenience.
What's up, mister? How are you? Yeah, I mean, I just got to pretend I can hear it. I'm going to have to screw with all the different voices offline and figure out exactly what they sound like. Okay, I'll do that in a second, Devin. Um, to be honest with you, CLB, um, I can import sounds, right, in different profiles. I haven't looked through it and screwed around with it enough yet, but I guarantee I'll probably be able to find an Obama one. All right, so you want me to use that one? So,
Ooh. One of these days, I'm gonna cut you into little pieces.
like that. So that's just it. Okay, so 401ks, did they go up or did they drop out, mister? Because, like, and I'll get to that. Matter of fact, let me bring up a picture of this little guy so I can get my paints out, and we'll discuss it. All right, so basic white, greens, see yellow. I do. Yeah, I agree, mister. 6 months from now, we'll know exactly how everything works out. Ben Shapiro had an entire shit fit over that, over JFK. And like, I planned on getting into that tonight because I did a little research. Because I've come to find with Ben Shapiro, whenever he gets hyper and upset about something, then it's directly affecting Israel. And both those things directly affect Israel. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, mister. But at the same point in time, um, and you're taking penalties if you pull out of your 401k early, like when you cash it out, all that shit. So it'll be interesting to see. Like I said, 6 to 8 months, and we'll know for 110% if tariffs were a good idea or like an oh my god, you have fucked this idea. Here you go. Here's one for you, Devin.
Welcome, my son. Welcome to Machine.
Yes, and you're 100% right, mister. Yeah, you are 110% correct. Um, you know, that's I like Paul bought a goddamn house. Now, granted, he got a decent APR on the damn thing, right? But I was like, you're fucking nuts buying a house under like when Biden had that market up to like 8.5% before they dropped some of those interest rates. I'm like, yo, man, you buy a house right now, you fucking lost your marbles. I mean, they're going to be right now. They're going to be fucked up. CLB. I'm not going to lie. Looking at some of these, like seeing the math that he did to come to the tariffs, like the rate that they're tariffing people, was kind of interesting. You know what I mean? There's a whole set of mathematics behind it. Um, but yeah, so I mean, I guess that leads us right into it because I gotta flip over to the other screen or whatever so I can see it. Um, yeah, and Mister's 100% correct on what he just said. You know, if you're broke, then you don't want to be putting stuff away like that. Like you don't have that extra money to invest into the market. Now he'll do "All Summer Long" by Kid Rock. Will be the new national anthem because it samples "Freebird" from Leonard Skinner in there. Yeah, like so Ben Shapiro, right? Daily Wire, number one. That rumored that they're going bankrupt. Man, a lot of people are repeating that. They apparently hired a bankruptcy lawyer and fired like 25% of their staff. Now, I don't know if that's fact, if that's fiction that they're going bankrupt, but you usually don't hire a bankruptcy lawyer unless, you're shutting down something. Maybe it's because I know they did away with the kids division or some shit like that, and that's what all this is about. Jeremy Boring stepping down, all that kind of bit, right? But definitely something's rotten in the town of Denmark there. Like I don't think they're as stable as they think they are. Like Ben Shapiro basically went viral for owning like college kids, and now Charlie Kirk does that, but about 10 times better and more effective than Ben Shapiro ever did. So who knows? But yeah, watching it, like looking at it on the whole or whatever. Whenever Ben Shapiro says something, it always makes me question because, like I said, he has loyalty to Israel, not America, like in my eyes. It's just the way I feel. It's my opinion. I'm entitled to it. You guys might not share that opinion, but I've just noticed that. If you watch a show, eventually something's going to come back to Israel, right? In one shape, way, or form. And it's been that way since everything with the Gaza Strip happened on October 7th, and then them bombing Gaza into dust, basically. But yeah, it really showed me where his actual loyalty kind of lied, you know, because he was all about, I don't want Donald Trump, I want Ron DeSantis, up until Donald Trump stomped fucking Ron DeSantis out, like just curb stomped his ass. And then next thing you know, he was all about Trump again. Damn, that sounds like it went through the mic pretty nice when I cracked that monster open. So I don't know how many days ago it was, but Ben Shapiro said, "Who really cares?" Actually, let me see. Do I get like a high pitched chipmunk voice on this damn thing? If I do, I'll use that for Ben Shapiro.
How's this got you sound, guys? So, okay, gang, let me tell you something really fast, okay? I'm gonna tell you all about who cares who shot JFK. It doesn't really matter who shot JFK. You wanna know who shot JFK? It was actually Lee Harvey Oswald. I don't even know why we're investigating this stuff. It doesn't really matter to me. Doesn't matter to anybody. It happened like 50 years ago. Who cares? It's ancient history. It's not like, 50 years ago when the Israelis bombed Palestine the first time, okay? Okay, folks?
But yeah, so that's what he said. He basically said, like, it happened a long time ago. Who cares who shot JFK? Then the other day, he puts on his YouTube channel, "Who shot JFK?" So I'm like, all right, what the fuck is this all about? So I watched the episode and everything because I told you guys my opinion on it. Honestly, it was Lee Harvey Oswald. CIA, probably let it happen, and Mossad probably let it happen. Like, didn't share intel or told the intel over or whatever, but didn't do it to prevent it. Like, mob was probably in on it, the whole 9 yards. But they just let Lee Harvey Oswald shoot Kennedy. It wasn't like they actively assisted him. They assisted him by doing nothing and allowing it to happen. So that's just, like I said, my opinion on it. It has been. But Ben Shapiro saying it made me look into it a little bit more. And then I realized that Candace Owens had fucking put up a whole thing talking about how Mossad was involved. So I was like, okay, there you go. There's your Israel link for this one. So it honestly, when Ben Shapiro came back on that, I just kind of like, maybe Mossad did have something to fucking do with it more than we know, Because like I said, it hurts Israel. So today, Ben Shapiro was like Liberation Day ? Or something. What the hell was the point of Liberation Day? And he's going through and he's tearing down all the tariffs and all this stuff. And I'm like, look, man, we don't even know. Like, I'm thinking to myself while I'm listening to him, we don't know if this is going to hurt us or help us. It's been a day. Nothing can be determined by a day. Okay, stock market's going to react because there's volatility, right? But it's been a day. That's it. We're not balls deep into this one yet, where we know for a fact, like, oh yeah, that's a real bad move. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, so how does this hurt Israel? So I looked it up. Have you seen the video where the Secret Service appears to stay? I've seen all kinds of videos and all kinds of things. Like I said, okay, here you go. Here's my analogy for the JFK shit, right? You guys have all seen Batman Begins, when Ra's al Ghul and Batman are on the monorail and it's crashing or whatever, and Ra's al Ghul's all jacked up, and he says to Batman, he's like, "You have to save me," like, help me, Batman." He's like, "You won't kill your enemies," and he goes, "Yeah, I'm not going to kill you. I'm just not going to save you." And then Ra's al Ghul, the whole monorail crashes, kills Ra's al Ghul. Kind of the same thing, right? That's what the Secret Service, that's what anybody that you think is in on the conspiracy, they weren't really in on a conspiracy. The only one who might have known something would have been Lee Harvey Oswald, and the mob had him taken out, Like the mob, 110%. The CIA went to the mob, said, "Hey, we want him fucking dead," and they said, "Okay, we get a favor in the future. That's all." But yeah, so I'm looking at this thing with Ben Shapiro, and I'm like, okay, you're getting a little upset here, there, Slick. What are we upset about? So I looked this shit up, and like I said, I think this is gonna knock. This probably will knock the chat out. I'll be able to read it on the little side tablet, but I actually pulled this up from the Times of Israel. Right now, it's crazy because they have the Times of Israel at war, day 546, right? But after Israel fails to win reprieve from Trump's tariffs, will its economy be hit? New U.S. policy set to threaten competitiveness of Israeli exports of machinery and medical equipment, experts say, while potential damage to tech industry is limited. So I looked this other part of it up, and we apparently have like a free trade deal. But because their export in Israel is mainly services, that actually gets tariffed because it doesn't fall under the other guidelines, right? But yeah, when it goes in on this, right? It's like Israel is not spared from U.S. President Donald Trump's sweeping decree to impose levies on global imports and was hit Wednesday with a 17% tariff on products exported to America. This despite Jerusalem's blitz action a day earlier to lift all remaining duties on U.S. imports in a last-minute attempt to preempt the move. So basically, they had 17% tariffs on some of our shit, and it just blew back on them. And they tried to eliminate it before it happened. Now, personally, I think Trump's using all this tariff shit so he can get trade deals on the table, because that's how Donald Trump seems to do things. He'll do something and try and get you to negotiate with him, right? Economists, trade experts, and capital market strategists who spoke to the Times of Israel believe that Israeli leadership, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, will seek to negotiate a reduction of the tax penalty to the lower baseline rate of 10% before it is officially implemented in the coming days, and will eventually attempt to have it scrapped altogether. We knew. Ooh, why the fuck did my energy saver came on? That's weird. Am I not like powered? Oh, that might not be good. 1 second, guys. Let me. I don't know why energy saver would come on, but yeah. So this is where this shit's at. Basically, it turns out late on Wednesday, Trump unveiled a raft of punishing tariffs that range from 10 to 49%, right? And a move that risks sparking a ruinous global trade. But basically, what it comes down to is it affects Israel's export of goods to the U.S. include diamonds, machinery, optical devices, medicine, pharmaceuticals, and electronic equipment. Amount to more than $22 billion as of last year. The trade deficit, so the whole between the two of us, is $7.4 billion. And so now they're kind of like the Times of Israel, all these different advisors, Israeli advisors, are going off because they're basically saying that Trump's shit is going to hurt Israel. So therefore, Ben Shapiro is going off because Trump's doing something that hurts Israel. But it doesn't. It just means Israel is ripping us off. And I don't know. Let me see. Boom. Bring that up. What'd you say, mister? I lost my chat for some reason there. We both know Trump made that cool sign a couple days before that. I'm guessing that 50% of those tariffs will. Yes, I agree with you. He's going to renegotiate all that shit within 2 weeks. Like, damn near guaranteed. Damn near guaranteed. Let me see. You know what? That's actually a very good question, bro. Well, hate to tell you this. It's here on the label. I know you can't really see it because the lighting stuff. It was Plate Enterprises Inc., P.O. Box 7600, Norcross, Georgia. Made in America. My paints will not be going up in price. My paints will be fine. My resin all is let me see. Let's check the resin. Parts for my printer might get expensive. Elegoo, distributor, Hong Kong Elegoo. Shit. Give me 1 second, guys. Dear Lord. Yeah, so when I moved the laptop or whatever, I must have kicked the cord. So it wasn't charging. So it's just been running on battery this whole time. But let's see. Manufacturer, Elegoo Technologies. Yep, community, blah, 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 blah. Address unit 258A, F Bank of America Tower 12, Harcourt Road, Central Hong Kong. So it's Hong Kong. So this is probably going to go up in price. My Elegoo resin. Yeah, but China controls Hong Kong. I think people get confused with that. That I'm pretty sure China controls Hong Kong. I don't think that's Japan. But yeah, my resin might go up in price a bit. I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see. I mean, I'm kind of warehoused on it. I've got like 10 of those bottles or something. Or no, I've got 8 of those bottles in back stock. Oh yeah, you always that's just it. You buy, well, in some cases you want to buy brand name. It's now a great area post relinquishing British control. I think they're under control 90% of the way. Yeah, for some reason, I think it's like Taiwan. Taiwan is part of China. Like, technically, it's part of China, right, mister? Like, it's just the way it goes with that stuff. Damn, you can even hear, like, me picking up brushes and everything on this damn mic. It's a good mic. I look at the brushes, see what I got. Damn, that brush has had it. So's that one. Fuck. Some of these brushes are jank. Still not the one I was looking for, though. There's the one I'm looking for. But yeah, I always go with the brand name on stuff. And the actual resin is water washable. I think you guys could see that. But that's because I don't like working with you need a ton of isopropyl alcohol. No, Taiwan is actually part of China. Like, actually, I think, isn't Taiwan's government made up of exiles from China or something like that? But they still consider it part of China. I don't fucking know. I don't know. You know why? Because I'm not Chinese and I don't give a shit. I'm American. I'm American. Doesn't matter what happens in other countries. That's their fucking business. That's their fucking problem. But yeah, with Israel, I looked this shit up too. We send them, and Obama actually signed a deal back in the day, but we give them $38 billion in aid over 10 years, so $3.8 billion a year. And wait a minute, did I say that right? Let me look. I wrote it down. Yeah, 38 billion, and then $500 million is missiles that we supply their Iron Dome with. So why are we sending them $37.5 billion and they're still fucking us for $7.4 billion in trade? Doesn't seem right, does it? Yeah. We're still giving Germany money too. Yeah. We're still giving Germany money under the Marshall Plan every year since World War II. Money never stops. It's about control. Controlling the Holy Land sounds like a great idea. Yeah, but I mean, just because Trump wants to build a Riviera of the Middle East there now, or whatever the fuck, um, are they really controlling anything? Because if they were, why do they let their civilians die? Why do they let terrorist attacks happen? I mean, it's not exactly like, the United States where it's huge territory and you've got a lot of shit to cover, and even then we only have terrorist attacks here or there. This, except for domestic terrorist attacks, quite a few of those. China is here, Mr. Button. You don't understand. Lo Pan. He controls China. He is like a dream, like a spirit. But yeah, it's just everything with it is going to get interesting. It's going to get real, real interesting. I also saw that, and I want to say it might be Germany. Actually, now that you brought that shit up, mister, I think it's actually Germany. They're talking about sending troops and stationing them on the border between Ukraine and Russia. I don't know if you guys have heard anything about this or not, but apparently that's what's coming soon. That's kind of scary. A six demon bag. What'll come out? Wait, egg. What'll come out? What won't come out again? What won't come out again? A six demon bag. Man, my kids hate that movie. And the reason why is because every time it would come on TV, I'd be like, oh, it's like one of the greatest movies. It's so underrated. I love this fucking movie. And I'd watch it and they'd be like, oh, again? You say that every time this shit comes on TV. Yeah, so there was talk of redoing Big Trouble in Little China with The Rock playing Jack Burton. And I was like, they better not make that fucking movie. Oh, don't you dare make that goddamn movie. I like The Rock as a wrestler. As an actor, he's hit or miss, but he always plays The Rock in every role. No pun intended. Um, but yeah, I don't want to see him as Jack Burton. I'm sorry, that's Kurt Russell. He owns that role. Yeah, Chris Pratt could kind of pull it off. I don't think you're wrong there. Like he could if he did it, kind of like how he did Star Lord and Guardians of the Galaxy. Um, it just there's something about Kurt Russell with the swagger, all that kind of stuff, and like I don't know. I don't want to see it remade. There's a lot of movies I don't want to see remade. I just realized there's a support right here. I can't get that out up there. Yeah, well, they still might cast Wanda Sykes. It'll be Kamala Harris will be the next Jack Burton. That's how they'll do that shit. Like She has creamy jade eyes. It's all in the reflexes. Just fantastic fucking movie. See, like I hate it when the shit does that because I can see it on the creator feed, which is what comes up in the side chat, but it doesn't come up in normal ass chat. Mister said Trump's actions are literally to get Europe and NATO to fight for themselves and make their own weapons and have a standing army. The U.S. is no longer their daddy. Well, honestly, that's fine. I feel that way about Europe. Like, yeah, and that's kind of something, I'm not going to lie a little bit. That's kind of something that pisses me off with them bombing Yemen. Because, yeah, you can Google search it. Just Google search when was the last time an American was killed in Yemen. It's been one American killed. And it was like, I want to say it was like 2015 or something like that. And they couldn't even prove that it was a Yemen thing that killed the American. So, like, even if, at best case scenario, one American a long fucking time ago. So why the hell did we go in and blow them up? You know, like why did we just need to waste bombs or show them who's boss? We're fucking helping Europe out. Like let them fight their own shit. You know, they I don't know. Like part of their immigration problem over in Europe isn't just that they're the people they have elected and all that shit aren't doing anything to change it, but also because of us overthrowing like Libya, stuff like this, and causing different humanitarian crises, like doing regime change shit. So maybe we're trying to make up for it by defending them. Maybe we just got extra bombs laying around we need to get rid of. Could be that too. I don't know. I mean, it's funky. And then Mister had alluded to, well, I guess might as well finish off like the political bullshit. But apparently, Elon Musk is no longer going to be in charge of Doge coming soon, which is fine because I think he wasn't supposed to be in there too long. But apparently, they found like $1 trillion in waste total, and he's basically like, yeah, I'm done. But I'm also guessing that he's been the bad guy this whole time for the whole thing. Like he's the scapegoat basically. Like Trump's throwing down the policy. Yeah, we're going to reduce this in government and everything else. Elon, go take a fucking beating for me. And it just like Elon's company, you know, like Tesla's getting fucked up. There's stock prices are falling through the floor. Like everything's gone to shit. People want to kill Elon Musk. People hate Elon Musk, all this stuff. And meantime, Trump's just like, yep, that's how that feels. So I think Elon's just like, yeah, I fucking had enough of this shit. Let the other people that he's brought in just do their thing, and I'm just gonna fade off into the distance. I'm gonna fade back into the bushes like Homer Simpson. Yeah, yeah, he can only be under like 138 days. That's correct too. So that, and I mean that's fine, but like I said, I wouldn't. I'd be done. I'd be out. If I were Elon Musk, you know, like he's doing important stuff and all that, but yeah, your company's taking a beating. At some point, you have a responsibility to the stockholders because it's not like it's just his money going away. There's so many people that have an investment in Tesla, which is where Tim Walz cracks me up because he's a complete asshole. And he's just like, yeah, you know, anytime I need a pick me up, I look at Elon Musk stock. And then it turned out that like Minnesota has like, I can't remember, 2 or 3% of their retirement fund is invested in Tesla, like in Tesla stock. And it's like, you asshole, you're cheering for the falling out of your own people. What are we doing here? No wonder you're not the vice president, you fucking goopy, swishy bitch. Like this is why shit falls apart. Um, and then yeah, the sad news. Well, I don't know. In a way, it's kind of good because I'm sure the man was in pain and has been for quite a while now. But yeah, I put in the title "Rip Doc." That's because that was my favorite. Well, That role and the role he played in Real Genius were my two favorite roles, but Val Kilmer passed away finally. They're not accepting your application yet. That sucks. I mean, keep trying. That's all I can tell you. But yeah, Val Kilmer passing away. Like I know he had the tracheotomy. He was janked up or whatever. At least he got to reprise his role and go out like a G as Iceman in Maverick, Top Gun Maverick. That was awesome that he got to go out that way. They made him where he was sick in the movie, everything else. So this way, when he's not in the sequel or whatever, you can say, because eventually they will make a sequel to Top Gun, like another one. Yeah, he died of pneumonia. Yeah, he still had the trach in his throat. Like his trach tube probably jammed up. He got pneumonia or whatever and passed away. But yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. My wife was like, her favorite thing with him in it was him as Jim Morrison. She's like, he embodied Jim Morrison in the Doors movie. Me, it's always going to be Doc Holliday. I'm sorry, I'm your Huckleberry. Like, granted, they took a little bit of liberty with Doc Holliday being like a fast draw or whatever. He actually wasn't one of the faster draws in the West. Wild Bill Hickok, he was. But yeah, Doc Holliday wasn't. But he definitely was a villain and like not some very educated and not somebody to be fucked with, like at all. And he was good friends with Wyatt Earp. And the reason why they called him Doc was because he had his. Can anybody tell me why they called him Doc? What he actually got his degree in? I'm sure Mister will know. I remember when you instilled Tombstone into me. Bro, I love that goddamn dude. That movie, I love that movie. And like looking at the cast in it now, like you had some great players on the board in that movie. Kurt Russell saved that movie too. That movie would have been a disaster without Kurt Russell because he loved Wyatt Earp growing up, like to a point where supposedly there was issues during the production and the director couldn't really handle it because it was his first time directing something that big scale. And Kurt Russell stepped up and was like, nope, this isn't how this would go down. This is how it would go down. Blah, 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 blah. And like fixed it. Yeah, they did take liberties with Jim. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess that's all Hollywood. They take liberties with everything. But yeah, like the whole thing with I remember with the Doors movie, one of the big scenes was them telling him on the oh god, what was it? This is going to be a really great show. A terrific show, I'm telling you. Ed Sullivan. When he went on Ed Sullivan, he didn't stress. We couldn't get much higher. In the movie, they had him like stress the shit out of it. But he didn't. He just sang the song like normal when you actually watch him on the Ed Sullivan show. And they told him, don't sing higher. What's up, Billy the Med? What's up, Bubs? Good old Bubba. Really big show. Yes, we got a really big show. I mean, shit. Ed Sullivan show. That was huge. But yeah, I mean, he did a great job as Jim Morrison. Um, I was never really a huge Doors fan, but every girl I knew nerded out for that shit. And then, like I said, one of my favorite roles with Val Kilmer was fucking Real Genius. He just is Christopher Knight, I think his name was. I think it was Chris Knight. Wasn't that his name in it? And like that movie, like the whole movie, just always cracked me up. Like he was hilarious. Yep, top secret, top secret. Actually, to tell you the truth, with Tombstone though, it was me, Bubba, and this other dude, Rich. We actually went and saw it. I want to say it was like opening day in the theater. Might not have been opening day, but we definitely, the three of us, went to go see it together. Because when we were younger, our little group of misfit lost boy children was known as the Outlaws. And that movie kind of, you know, explains explains the Outlaws with their red sashes. You don't like Depeche Mode? They got some good songs. Not a shit ton, but they have some fun songs. I like some Depeche Mode. Not all of it. You broke Devin's heart. She loves Depeche Mode. It's like her favorite band. She hates that 70s music. She says that's the shits. Yeah, Willow. Well, that's where he met his wife, or well, his ex-wife was Willow. She was the swordswoman, Sasha. Like looking around for paper towels or whatever, so I can clean this brush a little bit. Yeah, Willow, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I think he was in. I think he was in that. And then of course, like I said, Iceman in Top Gun and Top Gun Maverick. He was epic in Top Gun as Iceman. I remember every girl when that movie came out had like a crush on him, but they already kind of did. Like I said though, Doc Holliday, Christopher Knight, and Real Genius were my two favorite. This is ice. This is what happens to water when it gets too cold. This is Kent. This is what happens to a teenager when they get too sexually frustrated. And we were going to make you queen of the winter carnival. Really? And they all just start laughing at him. Who the fuck is Cherry? Sheree changed her name? You mistyping fat fingering motherfucker? Yeah, like I said, sometimes things work out for the, like he's not in pain anymore, you know? That must have sucked to have be that big of a star and all that, and then have your throat get fucked up like that. Changed his look, everything. My best Frankie. No, no, I can't. I gotta punch myself in the balls to get my voice that high. I'll tell you this much. Matter of fact, this is funny. I'm in the car with the wife the other day, and we got XM because we got the new car or whatever. So yeah, like we're flipping through all the stations, and Frankie Valley came up onto one station, and I was like, I started making fun of it because I don't even remember what fucking song it was, but I started joking about it, and I was like, thank God we're not like, you never say shit like that about Frankie Valley around a mobster. My wife's just like, nope, you had a voice like an angel if there's a mobster around you. Like you always say, nope, Frankie Valley, voice like a fucking angel. Because they would have fucked you up. They would have just taken you out beyond the club and nobody would have ever found you. You would have been sleeping with the fishes with concrete shoes. Like Frankie Valli, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, what the fuck, Sammy Davis Jr., the whole Rat Pack. Like you just didn't fuck with any of them. They never put out a bad song. Not one of their songs was ever terrible. It was always amazing, and you better keep it that way. You better keep some respect in your mouth. Hey, I always loved How Lucky Can One Guy Be? I kissed her and she kissed me. Like the good book once said, ain't that a kick in the head? I working in a bar under a Sicilian chef. I think I explained this before, but when I used to play, we had a radio in there. You could throw. At first, it was a tape. Then we bought a new radio. We all chipped together and bought a new radio with a CD player. And I had Green Day, and I kept that shit basically on repeat because it had just come out, like Dookie, like the first album. We would just listen to that shit all the time. Well, the Sicilian chef, the older man, got very pissed about it. He was like, "Oh, why the fuck don't you guys have any good music, right?" And then he started to take the whole thing and throw it in the trash. I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" And he's like, "You never play any music that I like." And I was like, "What music did you want to hear?" And he goes, "The good music." I was like Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin. He's like, "Yeah, that kind of shit." So I went out and got Frank Sinatra's greatest hits, and we would have that on. So we would play that whole CD before flipping it over to Green Day, and that would appease him. And yeah, shit was fucking hysterical because one time all of us got to know all the songs. Like pretty much could just you would say a lyric and everybody would know the lyric to Frank Sinatra songs in particular. And he watching called it like there's one time where we're back there and we're cooking or whatever. In front of the house, there was an issue with the breaker. Now the breaker was all the way in the fucking basement. They had to go down to the basement to trigger the breaker. So it's going to take a minute, but you could hear people getting hostile out front because like it was just everybody's waiting on their food. All this shit isn't going out anymore. All the lights completely dark in the place and all this. And out of nowhere, the Sicilian chef starts going, "The summer wind came blowing in from across the sea. It lingered there, it touched your hair. Walk with me." And then I was the fry cook, the head chef, the head of the line or what have you, the dishwasher. All of a sudden, everybody just chimes in and is like, "All summer long, we sang a song and then we strolled that golden sand." And like, the whole, like, we're all singing Summer Wind all together. And then the lights came back on about, as we're getting to the second verse. And next thing you know, fucking like all we hear is applause from out front. And we're like, "Oh, that's because the lights came on." And people actually flipped tips to the waitress to give to the kitchen. It was fucking great. Sundays with Sinatra on Philly radio. I believe that shit. Yeah, Philadelphia, like, you don't fuck with the Italian section in Philadelphia. I don't even know if it still exists or not. But yeah, you didn't go over there and fuck with them. "Oh, hey, what you gotta say to me, huh, boss? What, you got a fucking problem here?" Like that New York, different parts of New York, anywhere where is like be respectful. You get the shit beat out of you. Sundays with Sinatra. I never heard that, but yeah, Yeah, my wife fucking can't stand Sinatra or any of that. Dean Martin. She does not like it. But I still got a soft spot in my heart. I'm not going to lie. Like, definitely, anytime I hear Summer Wind, that's the first memory that comes up is all of us just fucking singing it. Because it was just out of nowhere. I mean, I'm not going to lie a little bit. There's a lot of times, and it's really funny because it's a video game, but Fallout, there's all this like 30s, 40s music on the Fallout soundtrack. Like the video game, Fallout 1, 2, 3. Well, actually, Fallout 3, 4, Fallout 76, or what have you. But like all those damn songs, they get stuck in your head too. Like Big Iron, it New Vegas, like the whole soundtrack for New Vegas, Fallout 3, like all of it will get stuck in your head. I don't want to set the world on fire. That shit, like, just hits you. And then the Amazon series coming out, it's great because the soundtrack to that is basically the soundtrack from the games. So that gets stuck in your head too. I think I'm done making this honky white. If ever D doesn't fuck around and like actually wants to do one of these or send in a voicemail or message sometime, and you guys can hear his voice, he sounds identical to the DJ Three Dog from Fallout 3. Yeah, season 2 of the show, wasn't bad. Daredevil. I don't know if anybody's been watching Daredevil, the Daredevil Born Again on Disney Plus. They have pissed me off with the way they handled Muse. They didn't do it correctly. Matter of fact, they did him kind of fucking dirty. Um, but Reacher season 3 was just on. That was actually kind of felt like you're jumping the shark a little bit here or there, but honestly, great show, action show, definitely a guy's show. It was decent. So, did you see the latest episode with Muse going after the psychiatrist and all that stuff? For those not following the show, and spoiler alert, like I need to let me see. How can I use? Here we go. I can do this. Seeing like all these different effects, I really wish I could hear it. You know, but maybe this will work.
Alert, alert, alert. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert.
Did that work or did it not work? Okay, cool. Cool, mister. By your command. So, spoiler alert. But yeah, so Muse, the whole story of Muse with Daredevil, he was brought in for a very short time during Devil's Reign in the comics. And it plays out kind of like it does on the show, where he, Daredevil has a sidekick or whatever, but they find like these murals painted around the city. And then it turns out that the murals are actually painted with people's blood. Now, the problem is that they do that in the show, and that was cool the way they did it. There's a guy named Blind Spot that's working with Daredevil, and he's kind of like, he doesn't know how gritty everything gets in the Daredevil kind of universe, like how dark and evil shit can get. And he tracks Muse, finds him or whatever, alerts Matt Murdock / Daredevil. Daredevil shows up, and Muse blinded him like popped his eyes out and threw him off the side of a building in front of Daredevil. And then Daredevil chases him or whatever, like saves his friend, but his friend's blind, catches up to Muse, and then the cops, that task force that they have on Muse in the show, actually shows up at the same time, and they arrest Muse. And then Daredevil's walking up to him. Muse is like, oh, you've got me. Would you want to do this to me now? And breaks his own fingers. He goes, there you go. Now all my work's a masterpiece and nobody can ever duplicate it. In the show, Daredevil comes in and the psychiatrist that he's attacking shoots Muse and kills him. So it's just like, it's so disappointing. I'm not going to lie. It's like you killed off a villain. Marvel does that shit too much, and it's one of their biggest mistakes, in my opinion. Right? Like, now, granted, Red Skull came back later on in Infinity War, but what the hell? Why would you kill Red Skull off, or even pretend to kill him off? It was one of my, actually, really sad too, but one of my biggest things was when Heath Ledger's Joker jumps off the side of the building to kill himself. I was afraid Batman was going to let him fall like he let Ra's al Ghul fall. And I'm like, oh, great. So we're basically going to kill the Joker off now, like they did in the Michael Keaton movie back in 89. And I'm like, that's just it. You're killing off villains. Why are you killing off the villain? You just lock them up in Arkham Asylum, say they're in Arkham Asylum, and leave it at that. Stop killing all your villains off, because eventually you're going to either run out of villains, or you can always bring a person back and have them make a cameo. But when you do shit like Loki, when they killed him off in Thor, the Dark World, then it was like, then you have to jump through hoops now to make him look like, like, oh, well, it was all a big ploy and all this shit. Well, no, Loki didn't need to die. He could have just escaped. Yeah, Marvel is overreaching. They really are. Like, I don't know. I have fear for what is to come from Marvel. I think they are trying to catch back up all that money that they've lost over the past, like, Marvel Phase 4 or whatever the hell it was. Was it Phase 4? Or, yeah, I think we're going into Phase 5 now, right? But all the money they lost from the Eternals, from Captain, from the Marvels, from Doctor Strange Mom, like, Multiverse of Madness, or Mom. Like, all that money that they've lost because the shit just wasn't good. He's a low-key friend to Dorothy. Is it because he goes up the brown tornado? Is that what you're trying to say here, mister? Is that what I'm understanding from you? I mean, not gonna lie, Tom Hiddleston and dude who plays Thor, Chris Hemsworth, girls, more girls than guys probably have seen those movies. Not gonna lie, just to see Thor shirtless. So I haven't seen. I've heard that it's going to be called Spider-Man: Brand New Day. I haven't seen anything to do with it, but I know they were talking about doing Mary Jane and using the one girl from Stranger Things or whatever. And I actually saw a mock-up of her as Mary Jane, I want to say, and she looked pretty like how Mary Jane actually should kind of look in the comics, but I don't know. Friend to Dorothy goes up the brown tornado too. I don't know. Yeah, but honestly, who wears loafers anymore anyway, mister? That's my question. Is there actually somebody who wears loafers? Like, who wears penny loafers anymore? Who wears loafers anymore, honestly? I'm a cunning linguist, is what I am. I'm fast on the draw like a horse named McGraw from the cartoon Boom Shalock Lock Boom. Are they light? Bubs? You wear loafers, are they light? I mean, I am a loafer. I just loaf the fuck around. Laziness is my superpower, after all. Oh. Yeah, I mean, the only other thing I really have that I've seen that was at all interesting going on is Marvel Rivals, the video game. They announced today what's going on in season 2, which is Hellfire Gala. So they're going to bring Emma Frost in, and then apparently Ultron. And Emma Frost, everybody thought she was going to be a strategist. She's actually going to be a Vanguard, which is basically a tank. And Ultron's probably going to be a strategist, but they were leaving that ambiguous because he's not coming in until mid-season. They're changing team ups, stuff like this. But the biggest news that I heard out of it was from season 3 and going forward, every month they're going to bring in a new character. That's, in my opinion, the biggest news of it. Like, that's the most important thing, is that once a month you're going to get a new character. And it's going to be pretty fucking cool. Well, nowadays, silver dollars were what pennies used to be worth back then, so. But what else have I missed, guys? What else is going on in this world? Anything fun? Anything interesting? I mean, CLB bringing up the Switch 2, that was a good call. Because I had just heard, my wife just said something about that to me. Right before she's like, yeah, I just got off the phone, and my daughter was saying, like, yeah, $90 for a game or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, for Mario? Like, it's not costing you that much to make a Mario game in the here and now. I mean, for fuck's sake, they have Mario Maker. So that was a real good call out about that story. I forgot all about it. And if you hadn't said anything, CLB, that's why they pay you the big bucks, because you come up with shit like that. You come up with shit like that, and I saw in the Discord where you're like, "Hey, I missed the show," and Sheree was just like, "Yeah, fuck that. We'll never do Fridays again because Friday night that show was so fucking cursed. It's not even funny how cursed that goddamn show was. Like, it was cursed like a voodoo witch put that shit on the damn show. It was so fucked up." Speaking of which, I know she's not out there, but maybe she'll listen to this later. Shout out to Stranded, and shout out to Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. Make sure you look him up. Check out his channel. Good dude. Always promotes the shit out of me on his show for no apparent reason other than he's just nice like that. Yeah, yeah, still not right. Yeah, that was just it. At the end of the one show, I was discussing it, like, all right, I'll try a Friday, because somebody had said, well, on Fridays, we can all hang out later. Not as many people at work, so I ran it past everybody, and everybody was kind of like, okay, cool, or whatever. And then it was me, Sheree, and Stranded. Like, basically, that was it. And my sound, that's why I got the new microphone, is because the sound cut out. I'm not even kidding, like probably 20 times throughout that show. Like, it just kept failing. I had to shut my everything off, my mixer, everything, and fire everything back up. Like, I got to a point where I was just like automatic. Soon as I heard a click in the headset, I'd be like, oh, Sheree had to give me the no sound, and then the OK symbol whenever I would get it back up and running. But yeah, it was the whole show was just fucked. Like it was the Donkey Kong model. That's why I had to reprint this guy and do him. I did him bigger and solid because right here on his arm, it was hollowed out, like all this was hollow. This cracked here, and then as I was painting him, the crack kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I was like, well, that's done. Like, well, that's over. Like it was just it was fucking bad. Everything everything about it was bad. And then AEW, I showed the whole John Moxley with the spikes and all that. And then they basically like they didn't copyright claim my video, but they let me know that it was under copyright. And I was like, fuck AEW all the way off. Like never again will I ever show anything, promote them in any good way, shape, or form. But granted, the whole point to showing that John Moxley clip was like, yeah, this is why I won't watch AEW anymore, is because they do stupid shit like this. And that was like the whole point. So they just reinforced my statement that I will never watch their shit again. Yeah, AEW in the beginning, it was definitely it could have been something, and they just it's been bad. It just got bad, and then it went from bad to worse, and yeah. In the meantime, you got CM Punk is finally main event in WrestleMania. Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. He's main eventing night one, which is something he's been trying to do his entire career. And as crazy as it is, he's finally getting to do it. So that's awesome. That'll be amazing. It'll be a great match. WWE is just they've got that shit on lockdown. Still hard for me to call them WWE, even though they changed the name in either early 2000 or late 90s. I always call them WWF, the World Wrestling Federation. Yes, I saw Miro signed, but I don't think his wife signed. They got a divorce, and then they got married again, right before he signed that WWF contract or WWE contract. So that's interesting. I mean, I don't know if that puts him under his insurance or what the deal is. So I think they're still technically contractors, 1099 contractors, which is crazy because they lock them into deals like no compete deals. I don't know how legal that shit is if you're a contractor. Like you have to carry your own medical responsibilities, pay your own taxes, all that kind of shit. However, you're still going to have to pay for your own medical and all that, no benefits. What are we doing here? You guys are fucking ripping these poor bastards off. But yeah, I mean, wrestling's it's all right. Could be better. I mean, we're getting to that season where all the people that aren't wrestling fans are going to watch it and get, oh, wrestling's so good. I know all this stuff about it. It's like, motherfucker, you know, like half the shit and you know clips and all this kind of stuff. Like, well, yes, but I saw Mick Foley fall off the Hell in the Cell. Like, yeah, no. explain, explain who Gorgeous George is to me in all three iterations, including Randy Savage's girlfriend. Explain that. Explain who Gorgeous George is. Who's Lanny Poffo and why is he going Boffo? Yeah, and Mick Foley is what you call it. He's got a neurological disorder, I believe, where he doesn't feel pain like a normal human being. Like he can absorb more pain for some reason. That's not just some storyline made up bullshit, but you look at everything that's happened to him, probably should have killed him in a lot of cases. Like he can go through something like Hell in a Cell and get all jacked up, get his tooth knocked up, aspirated out his nose. And it's like sitting in his nose like a booger, but blew right through his lip and all that. And he still finishes the match and wrestles it clean and all that. And yeah, he's jacked up afterward, but the fact that he could just keep going in that moment, you know. I remember one guy broke his finger and like told the referee, I can't continue. It was hysterical. And he didn't even like full on break it, he just like jammed it. It's like one of the luchadors. I can't remember if it was Sin Cara or who. But Mick Foley, I read his book, Have a Nice Day, which was the first one he ever wrote. And it was actually pretty cool. Pretty cool book. Definitely an interesting guy. I know back in the day, it was funny because everybody always talks about the Attitude Era and the Monday Night War and all that. And oh, that was the greatest wrestling's ever been. And it was like, it was all right. It was just geared more towards teenage boys and college age boys. You know what I mean? So being that the right age for it at that time made it great. But honestly, you look back at it, it was okay. Like you had some great wrestlers at the time, but it was just all right. It wasn't as great as everybody remembers it either. Um, but Bubba and I and this other dude, see Bubba's brother-in-law now, we used to get the pay-per-views. Like we'd all chip like $10 each every month, whatever pay-per-view, and then order the pay-per-view, and then I think Bubba's brother-in-law would take it and tape it, and then give me the tape. He'd watch it live, give give Bubba the tape, and pass me the tape or whatever. We'd just share it like that. So it kept the cost down on that shit, but it would have been real expensive. Nowadays, you just got to subscribe to. I want to say it's Peacock for $10 a month or whatever the fuck they. Everybody's got a streaming service now, so you subscribe to them and you can watch all the pay-per-views. Oh, nice. One of your Discord groups does that. That's cool of them. Um, yeah, Triple H had came close to having a heart attack. I'm guessing from all the roids from when he was younger. But now he's the COO, Chief Creative Officer of, I don't even know if it's, I guess it's WWE under the TKO banner. But yeah, he's like Chief of Creative. And that's why you don't see him in the ring or doing any of that shit because he almost had a heart attack. Like they had to go in. He's got like a pacemaker, everything. Once that shit happened, that was no pun intended, but it's game over. Like can't do it like he used to. And you don't. I don't know. I think Stone Cold had the right idea. Like once you hit a certain point, you kind of want to ride off into the sunset so everybody remembers all that good shit and always wants another match out of you versus getting that other match, having it suck, and then everybody remembering that as your final match. Like that shit happened with the Ultimate Warrior, to be honest with you. Like everybody, his final match in WWE was just dog shit, or his final feud. But yeah, they making sure there's nothing, no messages I missed. Devin's gotten oddly quiet. She must have her popcorn and just munching away while she does a transcript or something. Meantime, I'm just sitting here layering in the damn paint. I feel like I'm painting a fucking Easter egg with this thing. Not exactly the most fun Pokemon to paint. I don't even know all that much about the Pokemon, or this one in particular, other than it's got two forms. It's got like a land form and an air form. And the land form is a hedgehog, which is what this one is. It's the hedgehog version. And then the air form is, I don't know, some goofy long eared thing. John Cena is a horrible heel. I don't disagree with you. I don't like. Could have been cool, but honestly, to me, it feels like feels like he's acting. I guess that's the best way of putting it. It just feels like he's just acting. Like he's just, I'm doing a role. I'm a professional performer. I'm an actor, sir. Like he does. He feels like he's pretending to be a bad guy, and that's not a good thing. He needs to actually be a bad guy. The only thing is, though, I think he in real life is probably a nice guy. And like Roddy Piper actually had a hard life and all that shit and was kind of a heel to an extent. So that translated on the screen. John Cena, not so much. It's hard to be the bad guy when you're actually really a good guy at heart, you know. He's done more make a wish than anybody else, all that stuff. And it was a big deal, but yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't know. He was actually really good as Peacemaker in in the Suicide Squad, and he was also really good in that the HBO show. Like he was actually funny as hell. A lot of fun. He was terrible as a bad guy in Fast and the Furious, like 900 or whatever the fuck it was, or that Fast and Furious movie he was in. He was really bad. But then again, so are those films. They're kind of dog shit. They're just not aging well, and they always got to do something bigger and bolder to put it over the top. Like you said, kind of seems forced. Ah, shit. Well, that really fucking sucks, doesn't it? I'm looking at this green. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna have to do this. I'm like, okay, getting that layer on. I just realized the dark ass green goes into the leaves, right? Let me see if this green's a little darker. That dark ass green goes into these leaves, and then his actual body and back and everything is a very bright green. I don't know. I'll use that as a baseline, I guess, for the body, and just go with the highlighted green on top of it. I got to get the leaves a little bit darker. You know what's crazy? David Mon comes in and explains that Shaymin, aka the god of gratitude, is a mythical Pokemon. It purifies toxins and can turn ruined lands into fields. It poops in them. And the reason why David Mon knows this is because David Mon is a Pokemon. He is a mythical Pokemon. He basically was raised in Britain. He has two penises. This is not a joke. He's got two penises. They call him Double Knob. And he is the player of guitar and the makers of fun. But he also knows exactly what the fuck. Speaking of which, Call of Duty dropped the next map with an Easter egg and all that stuff. I played it for, I don't know, 20 minutes last night, and because their whole new season's out, and I just turned it off. I was actually kind of bored. David said something. Saw where he typed something. It didn't show up. Yeah, I completed it. Right, Mike. What did you say? Gam, aka Pervy Sages, is an old man that fucks his hand and paints for a living. Oh, you completed the Easter egg. You guys actually figured it out, or did you have to go to YouTube to finish it off? I thought you said that shit was glitched when you guys were doing it last night. What happened at the end? Anything like even interesting? Or was it just more of the same bullshit? Like, oh, well, you're going to have to wait till the next Easter egg to find out. Heidi, Heidi, ho. Ah, you guys did it today. Okay. Yeah, I still haven't finished the other Easter egg. I keep doing it solo, and it's a pain in the ass at the end boss fight, even with all your perks, everything else, because those bosses just soak your damage. It's like, oh, again. But yeah, the new one, I like I said, I just went around. I didn't have any YouTube videos or anything else. David messaged me, said, "Hey, the new map's out." I would I could have probably jumped into his game, and I was like, "Nah, let me just go poke around, see what's there." And I jumped into the damn map and ran around, and then turned on the power, or unlocked where the pack a punch is, and then found like a computer disk tagging all these different computers, and I'm like, okay, and then I died. I didn't even bother reviving because you get solo revives when you're playing by yourself. I was just like, nah, I'm done. I'm bored. Turned it off. You guys got it 75%. Well, that's like the one Easter egg. You guys had like 75 or 80% of it down, but you had to do the emote or whatever. Like you have to present like the sword in front of a certain statue and then do an emote during the Easter egg. And like, there's no way. I don't know how anybody figured that shit out. Like, oh yeah, I figured it out. You're a sweaty nerd, you butterneck. You got a fat neck, you sweat butter. Um, Speaking of fat, bro, the proportions on Emma Frost were Marvel Rivals. Just I don't know how to say this. They gave her a rather large thighs and bottom. Like she looks like she had a kid or two. Like not gonna lie at all. They really blew those proportions out when she's like skinny white girl in the comics. Then a better face? You mean butterface? Yeah, I mean it's just weird that they made her like thick like that. Like Squirrel Girl makes sense, but Emma Frost, she's supposed to be like, well, her the White Queen and the Black Queen. So Emma Frost and I can't remember. I almost wanted to call her Madeline Pryor, but I don't think that's right. But yeah, the White Queen and the Black Queen in Hellfire Club were both like basically like dominatrix looking chicks. Just one was in white and one was in black. I actually have the original run of the Hellfire Club. That was old school X Men back in the like 80s, 90s. They had them in. They've been around for a minute. Yeah, she is definitely thick. Thick. THICC. What? What do you mean you blame? You don't like curvy women? How can you not like curvy women? Women should be curvy. They shouldn't be all muscular like fucking Red Sonja from Conan. What the fuck's wrong with you? What do you want, Bridget Nielsen? Brigitte Nielsen? Is that what we're looking for there? You after Mrs. Drago, Ivan Drago's wife? What are we talking about here, mister? Yeah, but you said butterface. A better face. But you also said you blame Latinos. Goddamn Trumper. The hell are you doing here? Trying to cause controversy? Leave that to the experts, like Donald Trump. Shit. I'm also trying to figure out how Morning Joe now says that, they knew everything going on with Biden. And, yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out. Like, yes, we all knew he was doomed and shit. Like, what? You didn't know shit. You lying motherfuckers. Paid attention. We were saying it all along. And he the guy who said that Biden wasn't just, he said, called him cogent or something? Snoo snoo. Death by snoo snoo. Yeah, I downloaded that Predator game too, David, and was playing it. It's all right. It's like okay if you like Predator, considering you probably have never seen any of the fucking movies. The only way you know anything about Predator is probably because he was in Mortal Kombat. What was it, 10? Or was that 11 when they had Alien and Predator in there? Um, I I don't know. I don't know if it's worth buying or not. A lot of it, like I unlocked a bunch of cosmetics, and I've only played basically solo against bots at this point. I haven't played it with the whole fire team. I still have to play the fire team end of things, like where you're playing the soldiers and all that. I only got to play the predator. They don't have it where you can play against bots for some fucked up reason when it comes to the fire team. Have a good night there, CLB. We'll see you next time. What do you mean Mrs. Fauci got fired? Oh, I do have, but I also downloaded another game and it was installing. I haven't gotten to check it out because I had to stream. But it's called Autopsy Simulator and it sounds like it's pretty cool. Like it actually looked pretty cool, like $25 or something American. So I'm guessing it would be 20 quid, something like that. Maybe 21 quid, 21 quid, somewhere in there. But like you're literally you have to do autopsies and then it's figure out what the cause of death was and link it to crimes and shit. Seems and apparently people were complaining because the organs are pretty fucking realistic and so is the nudity and stuff like that on it where they actually have it so you can censor the nudity if you're doing a live stream. Have a good one, CLBs. But yeah, I mean, most of my time I'm grinding out. I got Captain America to Lord. So now I have, let me see, Hulk, Captain America, Winter Soldier, Squirrel Girl, Namor, and Rocket Raccoon are all my lords. Like I've got them all ranked out to Lord. But I finished Captain America's today. And then, of course, they're like, oh, yeah, we're buffing Captain America. Like, great, after I stopped fucking playing him because I got him to a lord. Motherfuckers. I gotta wait till next season's competitive to play him. Really got fired for the COVID stuff and then reassigned to India? I mean, anybody else hear about this? Like that, I don't know why I didn't see that fucking story anywhere. And I looked. I mean, I honestly, I watched the PBD podcast today. I watched the Dave Smith on Joe Rogan. That was interesting. But I watched PBD with, he had Sam Cedar on there, I think the guy's name is. I've never seen Sam Cedar before and never heard a word he said. And like honestly, the guy was a fucking idiot. So I'll never watch anything with him in it again. Like he only half knew like the shit he was talking about, or was saying like pretty stupid shit. I wasn't real super impressed with him. They were like, yeah, he's on the opposite side, and from our opinions and all this stuff. And I was like, okay, well, respect to you for going on to into hostile territory. I was like, but honestly, you probably wanted to go on a show where people don't exactly know what they're talking about, because the one dude Tom just fucking ate his milk, drank his milkshake. Cool. Hey Paul, how are y'all? And cool forever. I have to check it out. I'll definitely read that shit. Yeah, Paul, I was just saying, I got Captain America to Lord now too. Lord have mercy. Sheree's so nice. She says hi to everybody. What did I miss last night on ABL? Anything good, guys? Anything fun? Anything exciting? Callers better this week, or were they still crazy? Brighten out this fucking green. Tell you that much. Oh, nice. You've been playing Valheim. Favorite guy called F and G SEAL Team 6 Game Boy Advance. That dude. Was he calling you live from a tent in his neighbor's backyard? But yeah, Valheim. Did they add something to Valheim? I know they added something to Mordor. I haven't looked into it though. But Valheim, I'm gonna have to buy Valheim. I think that was on Game Pass and came off. That game's fucking phenomenal. It's worth buying. It's worth the investment. It's gonna suck to coat this out. All the fucking leaves. Oh. The lib. Who the hell's the lib? Married that chick and is getting a tattoo of her son's name. Weed and Coke guy that straightened up. Lothair, the libertarian, whatever. That dude, he got married? Oh, shit. Wow. I wonder if Satan attended their wedding because he was, remember, he was very satanic cult, like very into satanic cult or some shit like that. I think he had said. Like he's actually like, no joke, like not even fucking around, like he's actually a Satanist. He actually follows the teachings of Beelzebub. Beelzebub. Actually, Beelzebub is a completely different demon. Jesus Christ, and invited all the chat to wedding? I'd go for the fucking weed. But no, I haven't seen ABL. I haven't watched the show. When was the we can look back, but I haven't actually been on that show and active and all that kind of stuff since the whole Andrew Tate thing. That was the last show I saw live or paid attention to or any of that stuff. So that was a minute ago. Like I'm gonna say that's a couple weeks back. I stopped watching. Stopped watching, stopped interacting, whole 9 yards. I figured nobody'd give a shit anyway. Like it's not a big deal when I go missing. Not unless I'm, scheduled to stream and don't show the fuck up for it or something. I've been gone too long. You are faded into the memories. You've walked off into the bushes, rode off into the sunset. Hi-yo, cowboy. It's all good. I get to see you guys here every Thursday, give you that brain break or whatever. Ask you, about your fun experiences and what has happened in the other world. This is going to be a pain in the ass. Just saying. These fucking black base coat with hyper green. All the little fucking ledges and edges under it. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Who even realizes I'm missing? Like you, Devin, Mister, maybe. There's like nobody really pays attention. Nobody pays attention. I can just fade into the background and walk away, and nobody will ever know I was even there. What? Get the fuck out of here. Shaq didn't notice I was missing. You're making shit up. What was Shaq like? Hey, nobody's making fun of me. Like, the fact that I like butt stuff. He actually likes butt stuff too. It's not really a joke, but it is a joke. Yes, I finished season 2 of Solo Leveling. I knew that shit was gonna. Well, the one part I wasn't expecting, but the other part I was. I was expecting him to take the Black Ant as his one of his soldiers. I was like, oh, he's gonna completely recruit that damn thing. But I was not expecting him to take the one guy who died that was a healer, take him as a recruit, and then set his soul free afterwards. That caught me off guard. I was like, damn, that's actually really cool. Nah, Nah, not unless Shaq's ever said to you directly, like, yo, where's GAM at? I invited him to come over to this channel and, like, come hang out with us. I figured chill time, dude. Come over and chill. You just never took me up on it. I mean, he'd be fine. He'd be fun to have in the chat or what have you. Like I said, I like people with, like, he's got an opposing view. I would like to hear his viewpoint on certain things so we can kind of understand better why different people feel the way they do when it comes to certain, like I've always tried to call it up the middle when it comes to Trump and stuff like that. I think he does some good stuff. I think he does dumb shit, and whenever I think he does dumb shit, I tell you guys, and you guys will agree with me, disagree with me, maybe give me something that I'm missing or, reinforce like, yeah, I'm not really into that either. But Shaq has a whole different take on all of that shit. Like his is completely like, and I'd love to understand why do you think that way? Like, why do you feel this way about, certain aspects of everything? Um, I think he believes what he says. At first, I thought he was just trolling, but there's certain times where he's actually gotten upset, like when I'm teasing him, like fucking with him and breaking his balls. So that kind of tells me like you don't actually get upset if you're just talking shit. You know what I mean? And then Paul, you're saying 2027 before the next season. They should have just grinded all that shit out, like bam. If the manga or manhwa or whatever it's called is done, they should have just powered through and just done it all, and then release one season here, wait a little bit, release the next season. They should have just cracked it all out. It's the same shit like One Piece caught up to the manga, so now they had to take a break and went and redid the Fishman arc, Fishman Island arc. But yeah, I watched one that was actually you might like it. It was called Demon Lord 2099, and like it's Demon Lord gets resurrected or whatever in 2099. His world merged with basically like the world we know, and he's resurrected or whatever, and he's broke, he needs money and all that. He becomes a video game streamer, but he's fucking hysterical with it. So he gets like 1 million followers and starts getting power from him and all that kind of shit. It's actually like it was a cute one. And it's recent too. It was 2024. And then I'm still got to watch past episode. Well, watch episode 5 and then past it because I told David I would for what the fuck was the name of that damn show? He keeps nerding out about ReZero, I think it's called. It's got an interesting premise. Like it's all about like time flipping back and forth or what have you, but I don't know. It's got a touch of Final Destination to it. Yeah, well, there you go. So that's the thing, you know, forever. Well, Paul, that's interesting as shit that solo leveling like is just the tip of the iceberg. Just the tip, one of my favorite games. Um, but forever, I completely get that. It's why I get so pissed off when it comes to like Marvel and stuff like that because I used to read comics like One day, and I've always said I was going to do this. One day, I need to pull out my collection and just show you guys what a nerd I actually am. And they cut so much different, really good shit that they could have made into much, much better movies and stuff like that out of all the arcs, or just don't do them justice on the big screen, the small screen, whatever. They'll have little member berries from the comics in movies and stuff like that, but it just, I don't know. Like Spider-Man 2, the Sam Raimi one, when he threw the suit and all that in the trash can, that's right, ripped directly from a comic book. But it just, the whole story, because it was didn't follow the comic, it lacked. Like, there was a lot more heart in the comic, actually. So I get it. And Sheree said she's excited for the fucking Final Destination, the new one. I don't know how I feel about that. The Bloodline, isn't that what it's called? I like Final Destination, and I'm not going to lie. The last one they came out with, where it turned out at the end of it, spoiler alert for everybody. Well, I got to hit that damn. Where the fuck is it? I think I got to do this, don't I?
Spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert.
I think that's what I had to do. But it's definitely like the last one being a prequel and a sequel at the same time was actually really cool the way they fucking did it. But I don't know about this new one. I don't know. What's up, Alien? I shouted you out earlier, actually. It's funny. Shouted you and Stranded out and told everybody, make sure you check out Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog. Does an awesome channel, covers trials, makes his own porn movies. You can subscribe to his OnlyFans. But really, he's more YouTube centric and family friendly fun on his actual channel. Go check him out. Oh shit! Since the Kenny and well, you like the gore. I always like. Yeah, I mean, there's certain shit like the one with the laser and the eyeball surgery. Like the chick getting hit by the bus in the first Final Destination. The way it happened, just so fast. She's like, "Why don't you just kill me now?" And blam, the bus hits her. Like I'm just like, holy shit! Like that was amazing. Old school though, you know. But yeah, like, so what other horror movies are you like? Do you really get into? I always like the story. Like, I like the idea that death has a design laid out for everybody, and if you screw death over, it comes back on you 10 times harder. Like, vicious boomerang. That's good to hear, Alien. That's definitely good to hear. Yeah, I mean, what are you watching, the Karen Reed trial now? Is that your thing? I think everybody's watching that. And I honestly don't know anything about it. Like I have not been paying attention to it ever since Rakita lost. I stopped streaming trial coverage. I kind of just let it go for some reason. So why was Jaws your favorite forever? I mean, I can understand. Don't get me wrong; it's not a bad movie at all. Is it? It's the suspense of not knowing, not seeing the shark, knowing it's there, it's going to fucking take somebody out, and then going and swimming at the Jersey Shore and knowing that hey, there's probably sharks like 5 feet from me. Like scares you to go into the water. I think my favorite horror movie that they ever made was called Steel Magnolias. Like that was probably my one of my favorite horror movies. What's up, Duke? How are you, man? You cock looker. Finally got a replacement mic. Wife got me. Duke, you cock. Cock looker. That's still great. Why the hell did my normal chat stop flowing? What the fuck? I gotta read it off the tiny screens. Huh. Weird. Yeah, 2020 election. That was a pretty good horror film too. Who knew that, that a zombie could actually win presidency, but it happens. Cracks me up, man. Dude, good to see you as well, man. I was going through. I'm surprised Danny Boss didn't chime in. I was showing off this. Like, I got to do a, put base paint on, make everything black again. But I did a Judge Dredd. He came out. He's actually got a lot of detail to him. But I told Danny Boss I'd do that for him. Then I got a Punisher. Punisher bust I got to do. That one actually will probably be pretty fucking easy. And then the redo of Mr. Donkey Kong. This one is solid, so it won't the model itself won't fail and crack and break apart and all that. So this one will be fun, but I gotta get base coat. That'll be next week or next stream or what have you. Yeah, Danny really is gonna be geeked. I think. I think he's gonna be like, "Bruv, that's bloody awesome." I gotta put more of a lisp into my voice. I think. He's gonna Danny's gonna let me know about his neighbor's dog or something. And be all excited about Judge Dredd coming to the stream. But yeah, I like legit printed that one out because he suggested it, and I found an actual decent bust of it. And this one was a bitch because of how heavy they didn't have it. Where like how this Punisher comes apart, like that's the baseline for the Punisher. Like I hollowed out the Punisher, and him a lot more difficult to hollow out. But I got him hollow too, and I figured out what was causing the models to jam crack and all that stuff. And what it is, when the supports are left in it, they hold on and retain some of the resin, the liquid resin. So then it slowly seeps off and like drips. And because it's making the rest of the resin wet, even though it's cured, it starts basically wearing down like a stone, like Chinese water torture on the damn thing. And it wears down, and then eventually it cracks the model. And once the crack forms, everything just blows the hell out, like we saw with the Donkey Kong. Dude, did you really get in? Who'd you get in trouble with? You thought the helmet for Dread would be attachable like a kimono. That would have been cool. No, no, it would have been cool if you had it where you could remove it. But yeah, in the comics, I don't think Dread ever showed his face, did he? I can't remember. I haven't read Judge Dredd in a very long time. There's also Judge Death, which Judge Death was a fantastic looking thing. I don't think I've ever seen anybody 3D him though. I think once if this Marvel Rivals print, the Thing print, printed out okay, like I said, I'll be doing a whole series of them because the model looked pretty damn good the way the guy had it. Yeah, the disease, I'm the cure. Yeah, well, that's just it. So who did you get in trouble with the Brewster thing? Making fun of somebody? That's highly inappropriate, sir. Highly, highly inappropriate. You can't show that stuff. That's against the rules here. No, I hope you don't. Yeah, you've never heard Sheree's real voice, have you, Duke?
I am the moderator. You will listen to me. You will listen to me or I will ban your monkey ass. Your Rudy Poo candy ass will be banned. Banished from radio.
You're waiting for the sucker to come up. Like I said, I really wish I could hear the voice changing. So when I'm saying stuff, it I could time it out better. But like I said, because this new microphone, everything's software driven with it, I don't know. Yeah, Alien, my mic took pretty much a shit, and my wife ordered me a new one. I got a Blue Yeti. I can definitely, at this point, recommend it highly. If you ever got to replace your microphone, make sure you get the Blue Yeti and the arm with it and all that. Fucking fantastic microphone so far. Like I've been having a lot of fun with it, messing with all the voice changers. It comes with all kinds of presets for shit, so you sound right. Like I wasn't very expensive either. I was shocked. I figured, like a microphone, decent one's gonna run me 300-400 bucks, and it wasn't even close to that. Wasn't even close. You got ice cream something as a mic? I don't know. I mean, I didn't even have to start an OnlyFans page to pay for it, so I'm happy. That's all I know. Actually, tell you the truth, most people that know me in real life would be happy because I don't have an OnlyFans page. It'd be like, oh my god, pay you just don't show anything. I wonder, will that shit play through too? Let me see. I'm sitting here fucking around with this thing. If I hear it, if I hit this, I wonder. Like if I do fun stuff like I decided it was time to go into the cave, and I went deep into the cave, and out of nowhere, there were bats, and it was creepy as fuck. And suddenly I heard a voice behind me say, I have to take a shit, man. I was freaked out. Did I actually play through? I'm curious. Let's see. I mean, I can assign all that shit to keys. I mean, if it plays through and I do this, I can go. I don't know why. I don't know if you guys can hear that voice or not, but it reminds me of somebody, and I can't think of who. Like that voice reminds me of somebody's voice, and I can't think who. Like somebody I've had interactions with online too. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what is coming up. Final Destination's one. I swear there's another movie that I'm forgetting that's coming out that is it looked decent, and I can't remember what the fuck it was. I don't know if you guys saw any movies that are coming up that look decent or TV series. Any of the stream shows, any of that shit. Damn, there's even a toilet. I didn't even realize there was a toilet emoji. It's fucked up. The toiletries. Dude, fucking emojis kill me. I had to literally blow it up just to look at it. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. It's been a quiet week. I really thought some other shit was going to kick off. Like I was going to, pop shit open today and it had been like, Donald Trump has decided that he's just going to buy Iran. Some crazy shit was going to happen. I know one of the craziest fucking things I've seen is Bill Maher apparently went to the White House with Kid Rock and Dana White. What in the absolute fuck? And apparently they were all cool. Like no issue. Like damn. I saw a video earlier this week of a Tesla protester and this guy who's a YouTuber. And the guy who's a YouTuber had like a MAGA hat on. And I guess he walked up to the guy to talk to him. And old buddy said something like, yeah, well, we all got small dicks and that's why we're out here protesting. Isn't that right? And then the guy meant to smack the hat off the other guy and ended up slapping him in the face and knocking his hat off, right? And the guy's kind of like staring at him and he's just like, the protester's like, you know what I mean, you little bitch? And then the other dude, the bigger dude, got his slapped and his hat knocked off, pushed him, and he came back at him, and it turned out the not protester was a brown belt in jujitsu and took him to the ground and just made him look like an idiot. Bill Maher going to the White House? Yeah, definitely. I don't think anybody had that shit on their bingo card. That's like, that's one of those unpredictable things. Like if out of nowhere Ben Shapiro's like, so I turned in my beanie and I'm now I've converted to Catholicism. Like what? What the fuck? What are we talking about here? Like, if all of a sudden fucking Ben Shapiro goes on his show, it's just like free, free Palestine. You'll know like some shit has gone on and we've slipped into a different timeline. I mean, it happens. I swear we've definitely jumped timelines a couple times. Well, I think I have because the Mandela effect where, you know, you remember shit and a lot of other people are like, no, that isn't true. And then you look it up and you're like, damn, I'm wrong. Is my memory really that faulty? Was it really Sex and the City, not Sex in the City? Did Brute Loops, was it spelled with a UI or did it have two O's? What the fuck? You couldn't take it because it ruined to me. I mean, hey, look, it'd be even better if Ben Shapiro went Muslim. I think that would be fucking amazing. So, guys, I worship Muhammad now. I got 17 wives, and you know, they let me do butt stuff. That's why I converted. I do actually, you know, that's something else I noticed too. And I had forgot he did this a while ago, but it makes me wonder why he changed over to the Ben Shapiro channel. Like his actual YouTube, if you look him up, it's on Ben Shapiro channel when it used to be on Daily Wire's channel. Is it because Daily Wire was getting demonetized by YouTube, or is it because he's reaping all the profits off his show, unlike, you know, everybody else that has a contract with the Daily Wire where they basically rip him for a cut? Like, you know, part of the reason Brett Cooper left. Is it that this way, because it's registered under Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire can't lay claim to it? Like it's side affiliated with Daily Wire now? Because they both suck. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get a disagreement out of me. You know, I've said it on here before, Duke. I don't think you were here for this. When I went off one time about, because I call him the Israeli Wire, and anytime Ben Shapiro puts something out, like I automatically go searching to see how it affected Israel, and that's why he's so pissed. And every time it affected Israel, and that's why he's pissed. Like he went off about the tariffs today, and then I looked that up, and it turned out that Israel's getting hit with like a 17% tariff, even though they're supposed to have free trade with us. But it affected like their medical industry, their machine industry, because a lot of their shit was services. I don't think Benny Johnson, honestly, he's got that smug prick look to him too. I watched some, like honestly, the only time I see anything to do with him, I've never watched him really in long form, other than like I think Piers Morgan will have him on every now and again. Um, but I'll see shorts where he's showing somebody else's video and highlighting it, and that's about it. I don't watch his show or anything like that, but he does. He strikes me as kind of like a smug prick. Like he doesn't seem like somebody I would want to actually hang out with in real life. You know what I mean? Like Ben Shapiro, definitely not. Like he doesn't seem like somebody I would even want to like have a conversation with. I'd be like, yeah, go fuck yourself, dude, and just walk off. You know. But Benny Johnson, I mean, like I said, I can't really comment all that much on him other than what he looks like to me. He just looks like a smug prick. Like if I just go off my impression of how he strikes my eye. Hey, what's going on, Smurf? How are you, Smurf? It's good to see you. Yeah, and Shapiro, I something with Gaza. Like it was all around October 7th. When October 7th happened, something snapped in him. And then he started to really lose credibility when he was like, yeah, they cook babies and they were eating them and they were cutting their heads off and they were doing all kinds of terrible things. And then, well, Ben Shapiro, please post like proof of this. Here's the picture, guys. This is what we got, gang. I'm just gonna put this out there and fucking post the picture on Twitter or whatever. And somebody's like, yo, bro, it's a Photoshop version of chicken. What the fuck is this? Like burnt chicken. It was like he just started losing credibility immediately, and something with that whole October 7th shit fucked his head up. Timu Ben, one of the important people. Yeah, I like. Yeah, that's what I've kind of said is. So Daily Wire, don't get it messed up. They had an important place in this world. They really did for a while there, and now they're kind of like elitist. Like you gotta always. I say this. Nobody walks on water. No, well, that's not entirely true. Water skiers do, but they kind of more ski on water. But nobody is infallible. Everybody fucks up from time to time, right? But it's what you do when you fuck up, like your level of hubris. And that's the problem with the Daily Wire. It's sheer fucking hubris. They fuck up all the time and they pretend they don't, or nope, I'm just gonna double down on what I'm saying, guys. You don't understand. My point of view is more important than yours because I'm better educated and everything else, and I can own a college kid. Oh, yeah, Ben Shapiro's actually, I saw her on Sean Ryan. And I can't remember the chick's name. Brett Cooper. And I don't know, she had a kid or something, but she looked fat in the face for some reason. She looked a lot fatter, or maybe she's just aging or something. But beyond all that, it was like, I don't know. Seems like a decent person at heart. Seems like she had a lot of fucked up shit in her life. But I can't get into her either. Like, I can't, like, to a point where Sheree forgets her name. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. Takes me a minute to even remember who she is. And you're fucked up right now. Smurf's in here. Ain't nobody fucked up like a Smurf gets fucked up. Yeah, yeah, well that was all being produced by Daily Wire, so if she's done over there, that shit's done anyway. I still don't know why they were gonna make her Snow White to begin with. Like, can she actually like sing? Because I'll tell you what, the new Snow White, the Disney one, the live action one or whatever, is apparently dog shit. But everybody said the same thing. As bad as the movie is, the girl that's playing Snow White can sing her ass off. Like, it has an amazing voice. I mean, I'll never watch that piece of shit, but I'm sure, one of you guys wants to eat that bullet and tell me how it tastes. I'll listen. I'll believe you. So, Smurf, you still out there? What's going on with Valheim, bud? I heard his Paul's playing. He says it's pretty good. I saw a couple updates. It looked fun. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Duke. Why, you know, I've heard she's got an amazing voice. I heard that, honestly, what's her name is fucking terrible in it. Gal Gadot or Gal Gadot. I heard she looks more the part, but she's fucking awful. Like, her singing is atrocious, stuff like that. Someday I'll be a big creator and have to watch it. I mean, I could put it on stream right now, but I definitely would get hit with a copyright strike and probably blow my whole channel up immediately. There is such a thing as dancing too close to the fire. And putting up Disney, content that isn't even out on like streaming services or anything else for the world to see. Yeah, I think that might be one that'll get me sued. Considering not saying I do this anymore because I don't, because it cost me $300 because of fucking Black Widow, and my internet turned. That was just to get my internet turned back on. I was like, fuck Disney all the way off. I will never do that shit again with Disney. Never, ever, 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 never. Just borrow somebody's password. Watch it the legal way. Dude, antisocial? Yeah, well, you've come to the right place. I think we're all antisocial except for Sheree. She's a social butterfly. She's just in her chrysalis stage right now. But she'll emerge soon. She's going to have the Sheree show. It's going to be like Jerry Springer, but set in Ohio. Oh, wait. Jerry Springer was in Ohio, wasn't it? Or no, that was Chicago. What am I thinking? I've met a stranger. All I had to do was sit on my hand for a little while. Oh, you meant like a person. Yeah, that's right. He was the mayor, wasn't he? Was he the mayor of Chicago or was he the mayor of Cleveland? I know it, I can't remember. It was Cincinnati. I knew it was one of the two. Like Chicago, that shit would have been normal. Like they wouldn't have freaked out over it. Cincinnati, a little bit different, but yeah, Chicago, nah, nah. Unless he was making fun of a transgender illegal immigrant, that's the only thing that would upset anybody about a mayor of Chicago. Yeah, Jerry Springer was amazing when it first started. I mean, it got to be where it was bullshit after a while. Remember the bouncer? What was his name? Steve Wilco or something like that. Didn't he go on to have his own show, like his own talk show? And it was like, all right, this is interesting. Yeah, Sally Jesse Raphael, Phil Donahue. Actually, Phil Donahue kind of kicked off that whole shit. Oprah, of course. So, what was the one chick? Ricky Lake. Ricky Lake always had the wannabes on there. Like the white guy wannabes. No, Steve Wilco's show sucked. It was kind of like Jerry Springer light, you know. You know why would you drink the fake shit when you got real shit on the other, you know? Jerry Springer, I remember watching that shit. I was sick one time home from school and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Turned it on and I was like, holy shit. Wow, that chick just full on punched the other one. Like that was when they seemed like they're actual fights. You mentioned my show as a hobby at a job interview. What the fuck did they say? Like, oh, that's your hobby is watching this dude paint? Or were you like, eh, eh, please tell me you were like, yeah, it's Bob Ross, but just angry. Yeah, Geraldo. Yeah, that was another one. Geraldo Rivera. Town Talk with George. Lesbian Nazis on the moon. Abducted by UFOs and forced to have sex with farm animals. Film at 11. Yep. Yeah, I remember that shit happening. There's a couple of them. And then Montel Williams. Wendy Williams. I'll tell you what, there was one show when I was a little kid. So this is way before. God, I'm an old ass man now, like David said earlier. But when I was a real little kid, I used to watch Morton Downey Jr. You guys remember Morton Downey Jr.? Oh, Jesus Christ. You did not tell them that. I wouldn't call them seriously dark secrets either. Other than the fact that there's a lot of people lucky they're still walking on this earth because you kept your calm. I mean, he's not wrong entirely. Like I said, there's a lot of people that should be grateful that he never used his intellect to its full capacity because yeah, it would have been fucking bad. Yeah, Morton Downey Jr. was always like one of my favorites when I was a kid. I remember he had prostitutes on the one time, and some dude was like defending him, and the other dude was like married to the prostitute, right? And the other guy was her pimp, and Morton Downey Jr. was going off on the guy, right? And right before they cut the commercial, like the guy said something to Morton Downey Jr. He's smoking a cigarette or whatever, and he's blowing out the smoker and what have you, and talking shit. And he goes, "Yeah, I expect that from you." Coming up next, we'll get back to this slump, this chump, and this hump. Like it was fucking hysterical. The slump, the chump, and the hump. I was like, God damn, can't do that shit anymore. Can't even come close to saying things like this. This shit probably would have been easier with an airbrush. I should have busted out the airbrush for this one. But if I bust it out, I'm going to want to paint everything fucking black. Which, that's going to be interesting because this microphone basically is picking up every fucking noise I can tell. So I'm going to have to drop the gain on it when I fire that thing up and the air compressor's gone and all that. Be loud as shit. Dear Lord. You know, I was thinking about this too. Here you go. Like I said, random chat and chill, right? Israel Palestine. Israel is kind of like Anakin Skywalker in episode Star Wars Episode 3 when he goes and takes out all the sand people, and he's just like, I killed them. I killed them all. The women and the children too. They were evil. They were savages. They deserved to die. Like, oh fuck. Like they just went full on ham on the fucking. I saw an aerial view of Gaza the other day. I'm like, oh my god! Like they blew up everything. You never saw Episode 3? They were. It was all right. Probably the one of the. I don't know. There was some stupid shit in it. That was the problem when they did the prequels. The first one was like a. Wow, I heard the dog loud and clear. When they did the prequels, the first one was like a little kids movie. George Lucas basically did them like as his kids aged. I swear. So the first one was like a little kids movie. The second one was more like kind of teenage based. Let me see what the fuck he's yelling at. Give me one sec, guys. Dear Lord. Um, so you've never seen any Star Wars. Well, only watch Star Wars Episode 4, 5, and 6. So Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, and pretend none of the others exist. That's your best bet. But yeah, Dewey Bite. Oh my God. You had to go and say that shit. So this is a true story. My my other dog, the old sir, the one that passed away, we had him for 17 years. He uh he was a biter. Like seriously, like he was a smaller like he was a decent sized dog. He was lower to the ground or what have you than the current dog we have, which is a pit bull mix, right? The other one wasn't. He was chow and all kinds of other stuff to him. Well, there was a there's this we bought the house and there was this one panhandler that used to come around. He'd knock on the door, be like, "Hey man, you got any spare change?" Well, the first time he did it, he's like, "Hey man, I'm trying to get something to eat. Can you help me out?" Now, I may have lived in the country when I was a kid, but lived in the city as an adult on the outskirts of Camden, New Jersey, just outside of Philadelphia. And I was like, I'd seen, this type of dude before. It's like, look, man, here's $2 in quarters and nickels. Handed it to him. I said, there you go. Go get yourself something to eat. Right? Like, kind of fuck off. 2 days later, this motherfucker comes back. Knocks on my door. Hey, man, you got any? I don't have shit. And, you need to just stop coming around. I'm not going to give you any more. Like, that's it. Like, I hooked you up once. I told you I was hooking you up once. Done, right? So I'm out walking the dog. I just got done work. And I was working graveyard shifts. So this was probably like 7, 8 in the morning. See a car pull up my driveway. I'm out in my backyard. Now, I've got 2 acres of land, so I'm on the back acre. My wife's sitting on the patio in back of the house, and I'm walking the dog. And the dog is super protective. Like, he bites viciously. And, like, he had already had one bite, so if he bit somebody else, they'd put him down or what have you. So I'm out back, I'm walking the dog, and I see this dude get out of this car, like out of the passenger seat of this car, and go walking around towards the back end of my house. And yeah, he asked for 350. Right? Yeah, fucking Loch Ness monster. And this dude, he's about 6'3". I'm gonna say if I had to weight guess him, he's about 230, 240, right in there. Big dude. And so the dog, like, he goes around and he starts walking up on my wife. Well, the dog starts fucking yanking me, everything out, like going the fuck off, the whole 9 yards. And I'm already coming across the yard because I see him walking around back towards my wife. I walked up on, hey, ma'am, do you got any money? Blah, 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 blah. I walk up, dog snarling, growling, like drool fucking flying everywhere, whole 9 yards. And he's trying to bite this motherfucker in the gut, right? I had to shorten up the leash. And the guy looks at me, dead serious, and I go, what the fuck do you think you're doing? He's like, yo, man, your dog, do he bite? Do he bite? I said, do he bite? I was like, hold my dog, and gave the fucking leash to my wife. I said, what the fuck do you think you're doing? He's like, and I slapped him in his mouth. Right? And then he said something else. I slapped him in his mouth again. So what the fuck? I was like, you're worried about do he bite? Do he bite? Let me show you something. You shouldn't be worried about if the dog bite, I bite. And I slapped him again. And literally I just started knocking the shit out of him. And my wife's dying laughing. The dog is trying to fucking eat him. I slap him around one to the corner of my house. Now my daughter's bedroom is on the one side where I was slapping the fuck out of him. My son comes out of the house, like makes the this gesture with his hand. My wife's like, nah, I think he's got it. And she's dying laughing. Then my daughter pops out of the house and is like, why is Adam beating up, why is GAM beating up a guy on the side of the house? And yeah, I slapped him all the way down to back into that car, and he fucking, like, they peeled out. Never had a problem with him again, except for once. My wife and I were about to leave the house. We're getting in the car. He's walking past my driveway. And after that point, he walked on the other side of the street, but he saw us out getting into the car. And he stops at the end of my driveway. He's like, yo, man, can I holler at you? And I look at him. I said, you want to get shot? And he stops for a second and he goes, thinks about it and goes, no. I said, well, then I'd keep my monkey ass walking, wouldn't I? And like, he was just like, all right, have a good day. I'm like, man, is this guy lost his fucking mind? Like, you want to get clipped? Because, like, I'm not even going to fuck around anymore. Like, I already beat the shit out of you once. And it was funny because when it happened, my neighbor, he bred pit bulls, and one of his pit bulls got it, like, yanked the chain out or whatever. And he fucking his dog had run down the street, and I helped him catch it. We're walking it back. I say, hey man, this dude came by. He told me the guy's full name, told me where he lived and all that. He said, yeah, he's a knucklehead or whatever. He's pretty, like, as far as I know, he's harmless. He doesn't really, but he's been arrested a lot and all this kind of shit. And I told my neighbor, he's like, what'd you say to him? I said, yo, you come back here again, I'm going to shoot your ass, right? He goes, are you going to shoot him if he comes back again? I said, hell yeah. He goes, good, because I got lime and a shovel. We'll bury his fucking ass out in the woods. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I just, fuck that. Like, not where I grew up. Like, not where I lived. Like, you can be kind to a point, but never get it fucked up where your kindness becomes weakness. You know what I mean? So, like, if that dude ever did come back into my yard, I already warned him once. And that's pretty much all I need to warn him, especially since I got no trespassing signs up. And in South Carolina, if you got that shit in plain view, I've got my yard marked off by law. And technically, I'm allowed to ask you what your intentions are and then fire. And I don't go to jail for it. Oh, yeah, dude. Travis, he was a fucking epic neighbor, dude. Epic neighbor. Like when I first moved in or whatever, he came over, he introduced himself. You know, and he's like, "What's up, man?" I was like, "Yeah, I moved out here in the country." He's like, "Yeah, I live out here in the country too." And he was like, "What you angling at?" And I was just like, "Came out here, raise my kids, and live a quiet life in the woods." And he's like, "I can respect that. You know, won't let nobody fuck with you or what have you." So we just kind of everybody knew, like, will wave at each other and say hello. We won't really interact. But if I caught somebody like fucking with Travis or breaking in his house trying to take one of his dogs, something like, I'm going to be out there and I'm going to be helping him bury a body. If I got an issue like that, he's pretty much going to do the same for me. That's just being a good neighbor. Oh, I could believe that. Yeah. I know my wife and my daughter went to something in Atlanta, and my wife was telling me because wife's ex-marine, and she was telling me when she was there, she was like, yeah, homeless people would walk up to her like constantly. Hey, ma'am, can I get? Don't you come you come a step closer, I'm gonna blow you through that fucking wall. Like, I'm just gonna take you the fuck out of this world. Don't even fuck around and find out. So I'm not a real big like pull the trigger kind of person. I'm more the cut you and spill your guts on the floor kind of person, you know? She's more the I can shoot a flea's ass off of it at like 200 yards. Yeah. But I mean, that's just it. Sometimes you don't, it's not the dog you should be afraid of, it's the owner. But yeah, still one of my favorite stories because every time my wife tells a story, she laughs her ass off. Every time one of my kids tell that story, they laugh their ass. They're like, the way you were just slapping this dude around, he was bigger than like he was a lot bigger than me and had weight on me and everything, and you were just slapping him like he was a bitch, like around the yard or what have you. Like you beat him from one end of the house to the other, like the backyard to the other, and like they're laughing about it. And my wife's like, "Yeah, he's so big. How the fuck were you like slapping him around, throwing him around like that?" I said, simple. He's fucking big, but he's doughy. Like he's a fat boy. Like you don't have any actual muscle. He's a crackhead. I was like, now if he's high on crack, it might be a little bit more difficult, but they get squirrelier then. You know, you just got to really hit them hard. I've dealt with so many fucking crackheads in my life. And yeah. You chain them to the back bumper and make them run down the road with you. That yeah, there was a set of guys. One dude did that to his girlfriend back back in the day, out in Chatsworth actually. Craziest sons of bitches. Girlfriend was cheating on him or giving him lip. I can't remember what. And dude like basically like hooked a chain to his bumper, handcuffed her, and hooked it to the chain and didn't drag her down the road, but made her run behind the car as he went down the road. Fucking crazy shit. I definitely knew some fucking weird ass people growing up. Still know weird ass people now, but Definitely when I was growing up, there's some weird fuckers. Like it seemed like the deeper into the pines of New Jersey you went, the crazier fuckers were. Jasper, Texas. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll tell you, it's weird because down south, everybody's so much friendlier. Like they really, really are, you know. But they have that southern hospitality, but it's also that right now you're gonna get the fuck out of here, y'all, or else I'm just gonna blow you right through the fucking mall. Like they have it, they'll say it to you in a very polite way, but it's even more threatening, I swear to God, than somebody like going to hell off, like, oh, I'm gonna kill you. Oh, da, da, da. They're just like, right. Like, hey, y'all mess around down here. It's gonna be curtains for you. Like, we had a guy from New York come in, and we know he's from New York because of his plates. Went into the gas station, and there were like just the locals. They, like my wife used to go in the gas station all the time, go get her cigarettes or whatever. And she said it was like two of the locals, basically, and the chick behind the register, and it's right near the interstate where this place is. And like, dude came in, and he was from New York, big white dude from New York. And like I said, everybody knew because of his plates. And he starts talking shit to her, basically, oh, you're so stupid, get my cigarette, whatever the fuck it was he wanted, and she couldn't figure out what he was asking for. And it was like a pack of cigarettes, specific. And she didn't know where it was. He's bitching at her and screaming, "Are you stupid bitch?" and all this stuff. And this, one of the young local guys, young black kid, was just like, "Mister, we don't do that down here. We don't talk like that to people down here. She's doing the best she can." And the guy turned around and called him the N word. And one of the other locals that was down here was in the store, was behind him, big old white guy. He grabbed that guy by the back of his neck. He's like, "You apologize to that kid right now. We don't do that shit down here," like he said, "and you get the fuck out of here and you don't come back." And they threw him the fuck out. Just like the kid said it best. We don't do that to people down here. You don't need to be like a piece of shit. Treat people with respect. That seems like to me, it's like one of those things. Just be respectful with shit. It's not that hard. Cost you nothing to be kind. Fucking Jasper, Texas. Yeah, I went to, where the fuck is the Alamo? San Antonio. I think I was there for a managers conference for a couple days. It was all right. It definitely dry heat. Like it was not wet heat down there. Shit here is like sopping wet fucking heat. Like sweaty ass heat. Like swamp ass. Yeah, they definitely are a special kind of asshole, sure. Um, it seems like I get it. The thing is, people come down here and they come down here for a vacation, but they think everybody down here is from down here. They don't realize that, like I spent 6 years of my life in New Jersey, different spots of it. And it's like they think it's like, oh, you dumb Southern bumpkin or something, like making fun of them. And they get caught off guard because somebody's like, "Oh yeah, no, I grew up in fucking Philly, bud." But like, what are you saying here? Oh, well, I'm from fucking New York. Oh, yeah? That's great. Go the fuck back to New York, you jerk off. Like, it catches them off guard because Southerners are very, like I said, polite. So when they come across somebody that's like, oh, yeah, where are you from? I'm from fucking New Jersey. Which part? Trenton, Camden, Newark. Like, list off some of these places and people's eyes bulge or they get a little freaked out. Oh, well, shit. Well, I didn't know. Well, yeah, man. Like we're kind of from the same area. Well, you can go fuck yourself. You're a scumbag. Don't come down here being a douche. Leave that shit back in New York. Oh yeah. It is fucking a wet heat, dry heat. You stay in air conditioning. Dude, every home here has some kind of air conditioner. I don't care if it's a window one or central. Like I got central. But yeah, everybody here has to. It's like mandatory you have an air conditioner or you will just die. Like there's no two ways about it. But yeah, it is definitely a wet heat. Dry heat is actually scarier to me, especially if you're like drinking. Like now, granted, I haven't drank in years, but when I was a store manager, we used to go out to Vegas for our conferences mainly. Like I said, I went to San Antonio the one time, and yeah, I was drinking at that point in time, so you'd be sitting there and you'd get hammered, but you sweat it, and like you can't even tell because it's evaporating off you so quick. So a lot of people would fuck themselves up a lot worse because here they're not rehydrating. Dude, it's okay. You're allowed to be an asshole. We're all assholes. In one shape or form, we are all assholes. Except for maybe Sheree. She's cool as shit. But we're all assholes. And it's just don't be a fucking asshole. It's like, what extent are you an asshole to? You know? Some people are just definitive, like, I've had this conversation before. Everybody's an asshole in one way, shape, or form. But what kind of asshole are you? Are you actually like a decent person who's an asshole? Are you full blown asshole? You're the kind of asshole whose wife dies, and then you ask where you can pick up chicks at in a chat room. Like, are you that kind of asshole? Are you the kind of asshole that calls into a YouTube show and calls the black guy hosting it your brother? Know what I mean, my brother? You that kind of asshole? Like, what kind of asshole are we talking about? Option 3 and 6. Nice. I take one from column A and one from column B. Dear Lord. Oh, what do we got? Pink on the flower. That's what she said. Actually, you know what? I can use this obnoxious pink and then the skin tone pink under it. Come out all right. Should come out all right. Well, that's okay. You can be an asshole all you want. You're good company, so it works. As long as you're not one of them British assholes. I already got one of those I hang out with on the constant, and he's like, he's an interesting character. Yeah, I definitely figure I can base paint the shit out of it with this hyper pink, and then we'll tone it down. Yeah, so what else have I missed? Like, has anything else been going on? Like, I know I cover a lot of shit, talk a lot of shit, but anything else like happening interesting wise? Or has it all just been like boring and blah? Like, any news stories that were like, oh wow, I can't believe this shit happened? Any opinions that should be spoken that haven't been? Past hour violence in Gaza. Well, I mean that's no shock. I think if I remember correctly, they fucked up the ceasefire, so that's off the table. Like that's been off the table for like a week now. So I wouldn't be shocked if we have some kind of crazy shit happen, like a big bombing campaign or something. I mean, fuck. Friday when I did that Friday night fuckery stream, George Foreman died. Like that was fucked up. We've already lost Gene Hackman, George Foreman, and Val Kilmer so far this year. Yeah, I saw that last week. I think that happened Friday of last week. I'm gonna say I had seen that story. Jasmine Crockett, like, yeah, it's because he's whitewashed because he married a white woman or something. She said some fucked up shit like that. Like, yo, what are we talking about here? Tim Scott's fucking Beyonce is white too. Like, she gonna go after him next? Because not even just about being a fucking racist at that point. It's more about, like why you why are you attacking people's significant others? Because clearly nobody wants to fuck you, lady. Like, if so, I guarantee you she can't have a husband, right? Like, no guy's gonna put up with that fucking bitch. I'm sorry, because she is a bitch. But no dude is gonna marry her and be like, oh yeah, I love you and I'm gonna be with you forever. They're like, yo, I hit it, I quit it, and I ran. Like, she wasn't even real. She fake. I hit it, I quit it, and I ran. Guaranteed. Because nobody wants to date a girl like that, a woman like that, anything. Nobody can would want a lasting relationship with somebody like her. It's just not good people. I mean, am I wrong? Like, no, it may be fucked up to say, but am I wrong? It's the truth. I guarantee she's single. Guarantee she's not married. Guarantee she doesn't get dates. Because, like, that's one of those things where she could look like $1 million, but her personality, even if she was a 10, her personality makes her a 2. You know what I mean? Like, the stuff that comes out of her mouth makes her less attractive. 10-foot pole? Nah, dude, like that, like I said, hit and quit. Like, dude was like, yeah, there's cab fare. Just, can you, here you, I called you an Uber 10 minutes ago and we didn't even start, but, 11 minutes ago. So I called the Uber. I'm sorry, it's not you, it's me. Like, that whole speech would come out. Just trying to get out of it any way you could. That was kind of like the worst thing that ever Well, I'm not even going to tell that story. It's kind of a fucked up story. Yeah, I definitely. I know the type where it's just like, yo, yeah, you need to go. Just leave it at that. You need to go. Like, I don't want to, like, oh no, this was a mistake. It's one of those like fuck around and find out mistakes, but you're not thinking straight, so like, oopsie. And then you figure it out, and you're like, oh, I need to get the fuck out of here fast. She's the bar's closing. I don't have a ride home, and I'm really hammered. And you know what? I feel like firing one off. She's that girl. She's that girl. Yeah, the shame. Yes, the shame. Like, I need to go. Like, oh my God, what did I do? Oh yeah, I needed a ride home, and this happened, that happened. Oh shit. Like, yeah, I want to share my opinions and feelings with you. Yeah, well, I don't care. I was just here to hit it once and run. So sorry, I gotta go. Tell it to your therapist, lady. Tell it to your therapist. You can tell the therapist. Tell him I sent you. So when you call up that shrink in Beverly Hills, you know the one, Mister Everything gonna be all right. Yeah, well, I mean, and what's so this tells me something too. Democrats are kind of fucked unless the Republicans, like, if this tariff shit blows up in Donald Trump's face and he fucks the economy completely up, that's the only way Democrats get back in the game. I'm not gonna lie, because people like Jasmine Crockett, I think when they pulled people on who's the should be the leader of the party or whatever, Democrat Party, she got like 4%, which tells you how bad a shape the people that actually vote Democrat are. Like, where they're seeing her as some kind of leader. Like, and it shows you where the Democrat Party actually is. Until they get their heads out of their asses, like even Gavin Newsom's like, look, I'm going to talk to right wing people and try and understand and all this kind of shit, even though it's just all fake. Yeah, they definitely are screwdrivered. But like I said, well, look, if we're going to be honest here, Trump okaying the bombing of Yemen, it's not exactly what everybody voted for. Everybody voted for him to end wars, not like cause more bombings of people. Okay, it didn't get us into a war, but yeah, man, like what are we doing here? Like, that's kind of the thing. Stop killing everybody, America, and let's get back to making money. You know, so like that's one strike against Trump right there is the fact, and not just that, he also went on. I want to say it was Tim Pool's show. For some reason, I think it was Tim Pool, but he was talking about fucking Yemen, and he said Biden was a fool for bombing Yemen. Why are we even bothering? We need to end wars, stop trying to start new ones. And then what happens under his watch? He bombs Yemen. So that was like, oh, bad form, Mr. Trump, bad form. I get maybe situations change and all that, But again, I don't think anybody has been killed by one of those things. Well, American citizens haven't been killed by shit going on in Yemen since like 2015. So like 10 years. And it was like one person. I can't remember. If you Google it, it'll come up in their AI. I looked that shit up the other day. Oh, state allocation like Congress people would not shock me. The whole thing with the SOSEC numbers, that was some shady fucking shit that Doge found, where it was like illegal immigrants given social security numbers and they're like voting or whatever. And I think isn't Pam Bondi going after him like hardcore? Like they're prosecuting him, threatening him with like 20 years in jail or some shit. 2 years in jail, I can't remember. For interfering with elections. I remember seeing something about that stuff too. Like something about the SOSEC numbers, and it was like in an ungodly amount, like 1 million or something numbers. I can't remember. Uh, Squirrel pool. Dude, he's got the most. I fucking can't stand Tim Pool either. You would think that man like slapped my sister or something the way I hate him. I really don't like Tim Pool. You know, the more I talk about shit, the more I realize I don't like a lot of people. Like I don't like I don't really want to talk shit about other YouTubers and stuff like that. But at the same point in time, when they make themselves the center of attention, like a Ben Shapiro or shit like this. Yeah, like there was a point in time when Tim Pool was still in New Jersey before the pandemic. I actually I he was one of the ones I watched. Like actually him and Ben Shapiro, to be honest with you. And they used to crank out like decent content before he ever did like Timcast IRL, all that stuff. And Tim Pool or Ben Shapiro was still with Daily Wire. Like it was actually owned by Daily Wire or what have you. They hadn't gone like real mainstream yet. He was just starting to. And I caught both their shows. Actually, tell you the truth, it was right around the time I started watching ABL too. I want to say it was around that time I started watching ABL as well. And ABL was the only one who, like, to this day hasn't changed, which is why I respect them. But everybody else, like Tim Pool, outed himself as a complete, like, piece of shit, hypocrite, liar. Just wants, clickbait and all that stuff to get people talking. And then Ben Shapiro, like I said, he's Israel first, not America first, which there's nothing wrong with that, but be honest about shit. You're Israel first and then America. I don't know about him reading a fake article. I got like everything that happened with the one co-host Lydia behind the scenes, everything that happened with the other co-host Adam behind the scenes. Um, Tim Pool talking like he was tough shit, and then having what was his name, the Ragged Man. I can't remember dudes. I think it was Ragged Man. He had dude on there and got all like tough talking with him, and then they did the whole Tim Pool, whatever it is after show where they could let shit fly, and Tim Pool was getting like he was tough with him. R.A. the Rugged Man, I think is his name. And that dude stood up like he's going to kick the shit out of Tim Pool, and you could see the fear in Tim Pool's eyes. I was like, man, you're such a bitch. Like, don't ever talk shit like that to a grown ass man. You're not wrong, dude. The whole Rodney Dangerfield thing. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you. Um, dude, honestly, I don't know what's up with that. Where he's always pulling on his jacket. You're not wrong. would always fuck me up with Tim Pool because I have fucked up teeth. Like I fuck my teeth up from drinking and all that. Tim Pool has one of the most fucked up, like it's like a saw blade in his mouth. Like his teeth are all fucked up, and I'm like, bro, you're a millionaire. Get your fucking teeth capped and fixed, or do something. Get like get them all ripped out and get a jaw implant, something. Yeah, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. Well, they do call New York City Gotham City every now and again. To be fair, um, yeah, and everything with Tim Pool at one point it's all Civil War. We're headed towards Civil War and stuff like that. But it's the same thing I said with I was arguing with what's the chick's name? Fucking Atomic Tabasco or whatever was on here, and she was telling me the Great Reset was real and all this, and like basically Alex Jones was a prophet, and I'm like, Alex Jones just throws spaghetti at the wall and see what shit sticks, and he's right because he throws so much random shit at the wall. Eventually, you're going to be right, and like, but like Tim Pool was treating him like he was a prophet too for a while there. Yeah, it's all headed towards Civil War. We're turning the frogs gay. The frogs are really lizard people, and yeah, they were all involved in Pizzagate, and they did a school shooting here, there, and everywhere, and they're all behind it. Which part? Which part, Duke? The part about Alex Jones? Or about Tim Pool, like, with the Civil War shit? Because like the Alex Jones shit, I've been saying that for a long ass time. The Great Reset shit, I've been saying that shit about it for a while since I've been streaming for almost a year, Duke, and like the Sheree, God bless her heart, has been here through pretty much the entire thing, and she'll back me up 100% on it and tell you like I have always said that shit about Alex Jones. Yeah, yeah, Tim Pool, like absolutely. He doesn't know how to shut the fuck up and let his guest talk either. That's another major flaw with him. It's oh, what do you think about this subject? Well, I think. Well, let me tell you what I think. And then let me pull on my coat to cover up my like he must have large nipples or something. They're very sensitive because he's always pulling the coat over. Oh yeah, dude. Well, Ian's like he's a weird fucking guy. Like I'm pretty sure like Ian is that guy that Tim Pool keeps around so he feels smarter about himself. Like he keeps him around to feel more intelligent when Ian's in the room. Because Ian's got like every now and again he'll say something fucking brilliant, but for the most part he's dumb as fuck. Like he is like I'm not saying he's like a piece of shit. He seems like a decent human being, right? Like Tim Pool is not a decent human being. It's basically just a grift. Like he's just suckering people. Like a while ago he was like, "Oh, I'm quitting Timcast IRL and all this other stuff," and starts going off about people don't appreciate it and all this. Probably the last show and all this bit, and he got more super chats than he has in a while. And that was the whole point, was to get suckers to send in their super chat in the hopes that maybe he would read it. And if he was getting like 10,000 super chats, he would read 2. Like that motherfucker can fuck all the way off. I mean, dirty hippie. Yeah, it's not just that. Ian talks about surreal shit, and I'm gonna say allegedly here, allegedly, right? The whole like beanie compound thing and all that. like the word was that they were all just banging each other. Like that it's basically like, yeah, come hang out and rub one out on Tim's girlfriend. And that was part of the reason why that dude Adam bailed the fuck out of there. Like out of the Beanie compound itself. Because he was not down with all that. Yeah, but Ian isn't really even a dirty hippie. He's just he's a boring ex stoner. He like smoked enough weed where it damaged his brain. You know what I mean? Like if you so I love my weed. I love my marijuana. But marijuana will make you fucking dumb as shit if you don't re-educate yourself when you're smoking it. Like if you're not paying attention to anything and you're just sitting around smoking copious amounts of weed for a long period of time, it will make you stupid. Yeah, dude, communal life. Exactly. Exactly. And like, so I think one of the things where I went the fuck off, um, somebody very close to me, and I won't say who, because I don't want to violate their competence, but they are from West Virginia. And they were telling me because what they grew up there, everything else, so they know all the people in the one town that Tim Pool's in, and they're like brother, sister, best friends. Like grew up with this motherfucker their whole life, and he apparently like fucked a whole bunch of kids over on a skate park. Like there was a skate park, and he promoted on his show, said he was going to go there and all this, and it was all for charity and everything. And he brought in like all the people that are kind of like fans of his show and like gave away a skateboard, all this. Matter of fact, if you watched enough Tim Pool, you probably remember when this happened. Well, the kids that actually were building the park and everything else didn't want anything to do with them, wanted to do it all on their own, were fucking pissed at him and told him to basically get the fuck out. Tim Pool went and bought the property and threw all the kids that were locals off of it and turned it into his own skate park. Like his own personal private skate park, and wouldn't let any of the locals use it. I can say allegedly, but I'm going to say that my source was pretty fucking good on that. And like, yeah, he's pretty well hated in West Virginia. You know? But yeah, I just, like I said, real recognizes real, and Tim Pool is he's bullshit. Like he's a con. You know what I mean? He's in it for the clicks. He doesn't really give a fuck about his viewers. He the only reason he cares about anything to do with his viewers is because he wants money, which is why I always say during my streams and stuff, like YouTube wants you to subscribe or not subscribe, do the membership thing or the super chat thing, and I tell everybody, do not send me a dime if I got like 1,000 viewers or whatever, and I can't read your chats anymore. Okay, fine. Send it in super chat so I can read it or see what you're saying, you know? But yeah, like I can't imagine getting to a point where basically I'm suckering people so that they send me money. It just kind of nasty to me. Like or change my point of view because of money. Like he's another one that was all about Ron DeSantis until he flamed out and then was all about Trump. You know, like, oh, well, Ron DeSantis is a cleaned up version of Trump and blah, 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 blah. And it was like, bro, then stick with Trump. Why are you going to go for Diet Coke when real Coke's right there? Or why are you going to go for new Coke when original Coke's right here? You know? Yeah, that's the, well, here's the thing though. I will say this, I do get monetized and all that. I, That's if you haven't subscribed, subscribe, hit the like because I guess that helps boost the stream somehow. I don't know, but definitely subscribe because if I get to 500 subscribers, have so many hours viewed and all that shit, then YouTube will pay me for this shit. And if that happens, then I definitely am cutting my mod in because she deals with everything and she's ride or die and been good people. So I have no problem with that at all. Um, but yeah, that's the other thing. Tim Pool brags about how much money he has. He didn't in the beginning because he didn't have that. Like he was making a living off YouTube, but then once he started doing IRL, which was originally supposed to be set up in a van, he had converted a van over. He was supposed to go around the country and sit down with real people from around the country and have conversations about what was important to them in their life, what was going on in their town, stuff like that. And it turned into, hey, I'm going to see what name on the right side of the aisle I can get in here. Now, fairness to him, he also tries to get people from the left on his show. They just don't go on. But at the same point in time, like, I don't know. If it were me, like, let's say I had, I don't know, 2 million viewers or something, and Tim Pool sent me a thing, come on, I'd tell him to be like, nope, I'm not interested. Like, not interested at all. Can I punch you in the mouth if I sit down to talk to you? Because if you let me punch you square in the fucking face, buddy, and knock that fucking beanie off your bald ass head, then yeah, we can have a conversation. But until that point, you can go fuck your mother. What are you still doing on the microphone, sir? I told you to go fuck your mother. $2018. Yeah, I mean that could be about right. Like 7 years ago. Sounds right. Like ABL, I started watching ABL and like I caught his videos. They got suggested or whatever, and then I went to his live. I was like, oh cool, he's live. He's on Saturday nights. Nothing else really going on a Saturday night, you know. So I'd throw it on in the background, and I never really engaged with the chat. And then I can't remember what the fuck. There was one he did, and I just started engaging with the chat and just started bullshitting with everybody because it was just like he didn't really pay attention to the chat, and everybody could just kind of have fun. But I started actually being active in chat right around the time, and I always say this dude's name wrong, but I think it's Anthony McQuaid. Whenever he lost his mod status, that's really when I started getting active in the chat on ABL. It was right around that time because I didn't know what the fuck happened with him. I just remember he was a mod. Oh, what with Tim Pool? The swatting? Swatting happened. That was IRL days, where him and Luke and everybody else was like chilling. And they came in. Yeah, that's another one. Like honestly, that's one guy I actually kind of do like that goes on there is Luke Rakowski. He's actually like real deal dude, like decent person. You can tell. Like I said, Ian's just an idiot, but I don't think he's like a bad person. Tim Pool's actually an actively bad person, like not a good dude. ABL swatting. I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember if I saw that. Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't. I know he. I know since I've been watching ABL, he's gotten married and divorced. I know that much. Um, like I said, I don't know. Yeah, see, like Sheree's the same boat. I don't remember. I don't remember. I wasn't active all the time, but like I said, I know that Anthony McQuaid or whatever his name was. I think it was McQuaid. I have to ask Devin every time, like, what was dude's name? But he was a mod, and some shit happened with one dude named Matt Mittens. And I still don't completely understand the whole story of the bullshit behind it because, well, it wasn't my drama to really get into. I wasn't really friendly with Anthony with that mod either, you know. Like Bina was still a mod, or Bina, yeah. Like I remember Bina being a mod. She's a mod for a while. She's the one who got Sheree the job, and then I kind of. It's funny because Bina was a mod for me for a minute too, and I pissed Bina off, and she was just like, "Take away my mod status." So I was like, "Okay." Like she was polite about it and everything else. There's no beef between us or anything. I was just like, "All right." And the moment I took it away, I gave it right to Sheree. I was like, "Here, Sheree, catch." I was like, "I hope you don't mind." And I just threw that at you. And Sheree's like, "No, no, it's cool. Cool. Take it." And that's why we always say Sheree is the greatest mod on these internets. Because she actually is really the greatest mod on these internets. She pays attention to all the chats, and I never have issues with bots in here or any of that stuff. Neither does ABL because Sheree's always on the fucking on duty and on point with that shit. She's paying attention to everything. And I mean, I'll say this too, because I don't know if I've said this tonight yet on stream or not, but thank you, everybody. Thank you to everybody who's watching, listening. Um, just here to talk shit, hang out, whatever. I appreciate you guys because I'm lazy as fuck, and it makes me actually interact with society for one, and for two, then I can get these paint jobs done. Sup, 666? How are you, brother? Drumming away, drumming the night away. Yeah, 6 comes in late night. That means we got to be close to midnight. Oh yeah, we're getting there. We're getting. I always tell whenever 6 drops by that I've run the stream a little late. That's all good. Definitely got to get the shit soaking in. Looks like there's little black dots on this fucking leaf too that I'm gonna have to fucking paint in there. God damn it. God damn it. I am enjoying the shit out of the new mic. I'm not gonna lie, because it actually, like, I actually feel like you guys can hear me 110% better with the fucking thing for some reason. Like, it's actually picking up all the nuance in my voice and everything else. I fucking hate my voice too, but at least I feel like I sound like me now. Yeah, I the only thing I remember with that whole thing, and I've said this before, is that I remember ABL seeing what you call it in the chat, being like, okay, okay, I see what you guys are talking about, like, because I guess he was talking about him being a mod or whatever and not being a mod anymore. And people are asking him about it. And he's like, you're not a mod anymore. So if you're going to disrupt things, you need to go, or, stuff like this. And I was like, damn, that's some shit that happened. Yeah, I mean, so The story I got, and I'm going to fuck this up because it's not my story to tell. But the story I got was that he was being a dick to somebody. They got upset, and that the mod, Anthony or whatever, basically like either muted him or booted him or some shit like that. And then that Matt Mittens dude went directly to ABL and told him that Anthony was the mod or whatever was picking on him for no reason and shit like this and everything else. And ABL, I don't know if it was like, hey, I don't want to deal with this fucking drama, or, you know, Matt Mittens is always there, is like one of the first chatters. So I know that he was recognized by ABL for the most part. And ABL just stripped, you know, rather than dealing with the bullshit or whatever. I'm guessing it was because it was drama. ABL didn't want the drama. So he was just like, you know what, fuck it, and just took away his mod status. But I heard it was something like that. That was kind of the story I got when I asked. But honestly, I'm not 100% sure because I'm not ABL and I couldn't tell you what he was thinking. I can just tell you from my point of view, if I had a whole bunch of drama, it would be one of two things, right? Like if somebody comes to me from my point of view and is telling me Sheree's being nasty to him and is, you know, blocking what they're saying and everything else, I'm not going to lie a little bit. I would tell that person to go get fucked because Sheree's been A1 since day one. And I know her. Like, I don't know her in person or anything, but I know her well enough from our interactions to know she wouldn't do shit like that. And if they kept persisting, I'd just tell them, hey, stop watching my show, you know? Like, sorry you feel that way? Fuck off. ABL's not like that. He'll tell you like, hey man, I hate to see you go, but if he recognizes you as a regular viewer that tunes in all the time, he's going to kind of reduce the drama. Yeah, I don't know if he made crap up. You know, like I said, that my name ain't Paul, but that was between them all. And I just, like I said, I kind of see drama for drama in that case, and I don't need that fucking drama. And I could see ABL saying, yeah, I'm fucking trying to do a stream here. I don't need people crying, bitching. So I'm just going to solve this real quick. And I don't want to lose like somebody who's a loyal viewer, you know? Like I can get another mod. Like I can offer it to Joe Schmuckatelli in some cases. And there'll be a mod for me because there's plenty of mods that come in there and don't do shit. You know? Like they're not even there for the whole fucking show. It's always Sheree basically fucking doing the whole show by herself. Like she's reality right now. Sheree is the only mod on that show. The other dude drops in every now and again. He's a nice guy and everything, but yeah, he fucking he's useless as a condom in a nunnery. So it's like, you know, like I said, and I think that's one of those things where anytime somebody's there, especially since I haven't been tuning into the show lately, somebody always needs to remind Sheree how good of a mod she is because she deserves that recognition for fucking doing a job that not most people want to do. Yeah, everybody wants that power, right? But nobody wants the fucking responsibility that actually comes with it of watching the show and catching people cussing and all that stuff. Everybody wants that power of I'm a mod. Anybody ever offered me that job, I'd be like, no, I don't want to be a fucking mod. Not my thing, you know. Here it's kind of autopilot because what we got like 6 to 12 people watching at a time, 3 to 12 people or whatever. And I'm pretty free range with language and all that stuff. Like, I don't give a fuck. I cuss like a sailor. So say whatever the fuck's on your mind, and that's cool. Only rules for my chat is no racial slurs. No racial slurs. No homophobic slurs, even if you're talking to your friend, because YouTube picks that shit up as you are making fun of a well, my opinion, a fucked in the head community, but a minority community is how YouTube picks it up, and you're using a slur like that against them. I don't honestly give a shit because I call my friends a slang term for a gay man all the time. Like, oh, you know, like that's just two guys joking fuck around. But YouTube is a different story. They got their own little laws and all that stuff. And eventually it would be nice to get YouTube to pay me. So I try to play within some boundaries. Yeah, you know what? Devin would be a fun mod to have, but because she sits in the background, you forget. Like she stays quiet. Like she'll interject here and there, but she stays quiet for the most part. So it's great because it's like all of a sudden, like if she pipes up, but at the same point in time, she doesn't want to deal with that shit. She doesn't. She's got it. She'd rather just enjoy the show. I invited Shaq to come here a couple times, Duke. I've invited him. I said, "Yo, man, drop by." You like, because I'm interested in seeing how he thinks and stuff like this and how he ticks. And I have a different viewpoint. Like I'm not hardcore. Like I guess you'd say conservative, Republican, whatever. I'm more independent and just call balls and strikes on both sides. Like I kind of just legitimately up the middle because that's how I see the world. Like I can't fake it and be like, oh yeah, Donald Trump's the greatest thing since sliced bread. When honestly, he's all right and all, but I see all the flaws too, as well as the good shit, and I just give my opinion on it. And I would love to hear Shaq's opinions on a couple different things, but he never took me up on my fucking offer, and I don't think he ever will. School bus yellow. Who the fuck is Scott Adams? That's just it. There's I must be getting like missing a step or out of the game or something because you guys mention people and I'll be like, who the fuck is that? I mean, the name sounds familiar. Oh, Dilbert cartoon. Okay, okay. Now I know who you're talking about. All right, good shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I watch PBD whenever he's on. Like, it's not a bad podcast. Sometimes I disagree with some of their takes. Sometimes I agree. I think it's interesting. My favorite guy on that show is Tom because he's just kind of like the in the background dude that has all the stats, numbers, and all that shit memorized, and actually comes out with some pretty fucking good takes on stuff. Um, that show's not terrible. That one's not bad. PBD isn't bad. Like I said, Tim Pool for a minute there. I'll watch D Day Cobra, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers channel. Salty Cracker every now and again. I'll catch if he's on and I'm not doing anything. I'll catch him. Like he's funny because he just goes off sometimes. Don't like PBD. The whole thing with PBD that bothers me is the same kind of shit with Tim Pool. Like everything is to sell you something with him, which like I say this about Tim Pool too. That's fine if you're selling something and you got to fund yourself, and I'm not gonna behoove you. You're going to make money and all that. Um, like PBD, it was a lot of shit is all about that Manek now that he came up with and all that stuff. I'm there more for like I said, Tom, I think is my sell point on PBD, not actually PBD. PBD is just kind of, it's his show, so he's there. But like Vinny is a little bit too high strung in my opinion and too gung ho. That dude Adam, he's just there. He is that guy that is just trying to bang every girl that's in the club if she's halfway decent looking. Like he is that guy. That's going to be his lifestyle and his life for the rest of it. Like he belongs on like Fresh and Fit or some shit. Um, dude, I stopped Ricada Law. I used to love watching his show up until he went off the fucking deep end and started getting fucking hammer fuck drunk. Like that, it killed Ricada Law because then he became a lolcow. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't watch him and legit take his opinions on law, especially the way he was trying to defend himself and everything else. Um, I lost all interest in him. So when I want to watch a law tuber, I'll watch Kurt or what's the other Sean, whatever that little fat dude's name. Yeah, Sean. I think his name is. It's not on civil law, is it? Can't remember. But yeah, Nick Ricada, like it turned out he's just basically like spoiled rich kid, got all fucked up on coke and alcohol and all that. Did two grease balls on the show with him. You're talking about Adam and Vinny. Yeah, the old dude with the goatee, his name's Tom. That's like the guy I watch. PBD is too I don't know. He comes across as, I'm not going to say disingenuous because he comes out across like a decent person or whatever, but he does have kind of the I'm the boss, so you will listen to me kind of vibe to him that Tim Pool has, and that kind of bothers me. That always kind of bothers me. Like if I'm sitting here having a conversation, I ask Sheree her opinion, and Sheree tells me her opinion, right? I'm not going to immediately turn around and be like, "You're wrong, Sheree, and this is why you're wrong." It just, you ask for his fucking opinion, like it's their opinion. Yeah, it's uncivil law is Kurt, I want to say, and then, dude, it's potentially criminal. I think is the other channel. I think those are the two I watch. I can believe that Iranians wouldn't like PBD. I can believe that. I could 110% believe that Iranians don't like PBD. I mean, he's even said like his family and shit. like weird circumstance basically. Like his parents were married, divorced, or whatever, and I can't remember. I can't remember his whole like the tale of his lineage, but it was a weird one. I can tell you one guy that everybody loves though, the Iron Sheik, Sheiky Baby. Sheiky Baby was no joke. Samoan, Iranian, whatever this man's nationality, he's invaluable to me. All right, yeah, let's go with this. Yeah. Great. Now this girl's going to go to the cops and she's going to tell those police how she had a grown Samoan man force her into letting him place his uncircumcised penis inside of her. Yeah, sure. The cops will come and it's not going to be good. Then I'll have to explain things, man. I'll have to explain things. When White Rabbit, let me get to see if I've got this straight. When White Rabbit peaks, you want me to throw this into the tub with you. You've gone completely fucking sideways, man. It'll blow you right through the wall. Sure. Then I'll have to explain to the police. Get back in that tub, you big fucker. I am Ahab. I will harpoon your ass. We were just outside Barstow when the drugs began to take hold. And I heard a strange voice screaming, "What are these things flying around my head?" Still one of the greatest movies of all time. Like the first time I watched it, I was like, "What the fuck did I just see?" And then watching it again, I was like, "Oh, that's actually really fucking good. That's really fucking good." Yeah, dude. There's stuff that one of the things that got ruined. Certain shit gets ruined over time, you know. Fortunately, that movie has aged well, but there's movies, cartoons, comic books, and stuff that don't. One of the ones that broke my heart is I can't watch Ren and Stimpy anymore. And the reason why is because John Kay, the guy who created Ren and Stimpy, is basically a pedophile. He was taking young girls that wanted to become professional cartoon artists, moving them in with him, and then doing stuff with them. It was inappropriate. Completely destroyed Ren and Stimpy for me, that bastard. Yeah, Terry Gilliam is an awesome director. What else has he done? He did Brazil. Um, Actually, my favorite Terry Gilliam, I think he directed it, was Baron von Munchausen. clean that up. That eyebrow was fucked. So is that one to an extent. I'm. It's actually, tell you the truth, that's where my best friend kind of got his nickname from. That and the fact he looked like strong guy. But that whole scene in Ren and Stimpy, because we would get baked out of our gourds and watch Ren and Stimpy. And that's from the episode of Ren and Stimpy in the army, where Ren's starting to break down because they're in basic training. And he puts one hand on him and he goes, "Hey, Guido, I think they're on to us. You see, I'm the keeper of the keys, and you're the lemon racist. And he knows that. That's why he's going to kill us." And he freaks the fuck out. But yeah, we watched Brendan Stimpy like it was cool. And then, like I said, they parted ways with Chris Follis or whatever his name is, or John Christopoulos, John K. And then it came out later that he was a pedophile. Matter of fact, they did a whole thing on it, a whole documentary. He doesn't say lemon merchant. He says lemon racist. You're the lemon racist. Yeah, I am the keeper of the cheese. Because at first, like when we first started, we thought it was lemon merchant and keeper of the keys. And he was like, "No, it fucking just hits you a lot funnier when you realize what he actually says." Like the keeper of the cheese. Because this eye was all this side didn't print real well on the eye. I had to redo it. This is when I first got the Halloween program. I did this damn shit. I had to bring the eye up a little bit. Bring that eyebrow out a little bit. Life is over as I know it now. No, one of my favorites was always Space Madness. Oh, my beloved ice cream bar. How I love to lick your creamy filling and your oh so nutty chocolate covering. Like another classic that we caught every episode up until I don't even know what the last season we actually saw was, but was I almost called it Death Clock. That's the name of the band, Metalocalypse. Memories. Yeah, Metalocalypse with Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. I'm Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. I do cocaine. I don't know if you've ever seen that. That was fucking hysterical. Like when he shows his Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown that does cocaine. He shows this fucking music video from back in the day, and like the one line in the song is "It's gonna snow," or like it's a white Christmas. It's gonna snow. I'm gonna or no. How does it go? It looks like it's gonna snow. I'm gonna blow a white Christmas up my nose. I'm Dr. Roxo, and you think I'm insane. But I'm just a rock and roll clown who's high on cocaine. Or my buddy Guido always loved Murderface. That's what's known as being a dick. Thank you, Sheree. Appreciate it. Got to tighten up some stuff on there. I think she's coming out the way she's supposed to look. I hope. Oh no, that was bad. That was very, very bad. You motherfucker. I don't think that black was dry enough. Goddamn eyes. Every time. I gotta add black back in. Yeah. One of these days, I'm going to have to. I had made like, I still haven't assembled the video, which is the pain in the ass because I am not putting back on my GAM outfit with my trench coat and my mask and hat and everything else. So I'm just going to have to shoot the video with my voice or what have you. But it was like the 10 best animes that you didn't realize were animes when you were a kid. If you were a kid in the 80s. And it's crazy because every now and again I'll get a song stuck in my head from it because like one of them was like uh Star Blazers. Star Blazers was definitely one that you didn't realize was anime before anime. You know, it was just called Japanimation. GI Joe's another. Claymation. Like what? Like Wallace and Gromit and shit. Are you talking about before that? You talking about like the old Rudolph cartoons and shit? So yeah, you know the old Yo Joe. You'll fight for freedom wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe is there. G.I. Joe, real American hero. G.I. Joe is there. He'll kill the women and capture the oil fields. G.I. Joe is there. You know, that cartoon? It's actually animated in Japan. Oh, Zappa 80s claymation, nice. Yeah, GI Joe was actually animated over in Japan because they could do it cheaper than the American studio. Ah, I don't know. Like I don't think they were ever voiced in Japan or anything like that. I mean, some of the shit was like some were obvious, right? But GI Joe is one that caught me off guard because I needed 10 and I actually found like 11 of them at least. But it was mainly shit that I had seen on TV when I was a kid. Another one is Gem and the Holograms. That was originally animated in Japan. So that's actually an anime, believe it or not. Well, an anime studio did it. Toei. There's only one good thing that comes out of Toei, and it's called One Piece. Actually, Toei puts out a lot of good stuff. Well, they have over the years, and they're very nice people. I can honestly say they're very nice fucking people. Like decent people. They'll also sue the shit out of me if I ever show any other anime on my YouTube. They are very sue happy apparently. Don't fuck around at all with that stuff. Uh, shit, I know I'm missing. I know exactly what I'm missing now. Fuck. Yeah, GI Joe was Toei. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, Japanimation. Go figure that. You can actually watch GI Joe like the old episodes and stuff. They usually do a channel on YouTube. I want to say it's Hasbro. If you search for Hasbro, there's a channel that actually because I think Hasbro still owns all the rights to it, and it runs 24/7, and it's just replays of all the old episodes of GI Joe, and they come up in order and everything else. Oh, dear Lord, it's gone quiet in the chat room. It's always worrisome when you've got Duke Raoul hanging in there. I always got a kick out of the fact that he named himself Duke Raoul. Oh yeah, dude. The GI Joe when you were a kid. That's just it. Like I said, old fucking men. Sheree's like the baby of the group. She's only like 22 or something like that. She just started living. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. She's got socks older than that. This fucking dog. What is he going off about now? I'm sure you guys could hear him. Background. Oh. Yeah. All right, so that's got to get tightened up. And then dots. Hasbro had Sid Meier Sib. Like, hey, motherfucker, I see you out there. Come in here, talk that shit. Swear to God, that's what he's saying. Damn. That was going to happen. I got the wrong brush for that. Just have to paint it over and try again. Happy little accidents. Happy little tree. Happy little tree hedgehog. Oh, my daughter collects fucking Pokemon shit. So it's a Pokemon named Shaymin. As David said, it's a mythical Pokemon that seeds the forest or some shit. I'm not super familiar with it. I only played Pokemon up to a point. They're up to like, I don't know, like 10,000 fucking Pokemon or something now. I remember when it was 200. Yeah, Sid Meier's, they had a game out. It was called Sid Meier's Pirates. That was actually my favorite of Sid Meier's series. Civilization was cool and all, but I was always Sid Meier's Pirates. You had to go find your sister and then marry, what you call it, um, like a duke's daughter or an earl's daughter or some shit like that. Came out a long ass time ago. I think Xbox is supposed to do another Fable, which was, it's unfortunate, but Lionhead Studios, Peter Molyneux was the head of it, the guy who did like Fable, all that stuff. And by far the best game is the original Black and White, it was called. And you basically, like, you had this hand, you got a creature, and it was a whole building game and stuff. But you had to train the creature, and the creature actually, like, you would teach it to go shit in the field because the shit would fertilize the field and make the crops grow faster. You have to smack it around if it started to eat villagers, or you could do it the reverse and smack it around and tell it to eat all the villagers. Like, you'd either be good or evil, Black and White. That game was amazing for its time. Then they tried to do a sequel, and the sequel sucked. Sequel was not good. But yeah, Peter Molyneux used to always like amp you up, like it's going to be all this and all these choices and stuff, and then he'd put it out, and it always falls short for whatever reason. Yeah, Pokemon doesn't haunt my dreams. Oh, I mean, I always wanted to be the very best. No one ever was. I want to be the very best. Pokemon, you're my best friend in a world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. I gotta stop singing that because I did like. Next thing I know, David will appear. David Mon will appear. David Mon. Oh. All right, give me one I can actually dot with. Pull down the old man glasses so I can use my natural eyes. Oh god damn. Dude, really? Holy shit. That's not good. How far out are they? Boop. 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 Starting to run out of paint. On the brush. On the brush. That's better. I only got one spot to clean up this time. Oh, dear Lord. Does anything wild or wacky happen, like in chats anywhere? Any fun stuff? Any crazy stuff? Any dumb stuff? Any foolishness? Let me see. Yep, that's better. I swear to God, there was something with the face too. I had to clean up. Yep, there is. God damn it. Oh. Up that inside line like that. Just pain, huh? I'm sure you guys all watch Beavis and Butthead. Do you remember how we were all told because Beavis was screaming, fire, 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 that some kid burned down his house and sat outside and was yelling, fire, fire, fire? Yeah, it turned out to be bullshit. Oh, hemorrhoids suck. That's stuff that men don't talk about. Getting hemorrhoids. Everybody keeps that quiet to themselves. Men don't men don't like to talk about that. Hmm. Wait a minute, you caught COVID again? Does COVID even exist anymore? Sure, it's like, oh, poor thing. I don't know if I like that. I think I like the dots better. Shorten the shit in the dots. Then expand them again. I'm sure I'm going to. Yeah. So there's the story of me painting. Go one way with it, and then I'll go the other. The fuck. Dear Lord. You got to get yourself a donut, buddy. You're gonna need a donut. Get some prep H. I mean, you know what they say about hemorrhoids. They are a pain in the ass. Yeah, I gotta touch up pink. Never had it last a week. Well, dude, like I said, go buy yourself some Preparation H pads and the cream or whatever suits your fancy. Funny thing about hemorrhoid cream. So my buddy, who's over in England, actually at CLB, is actually better friends, way better friends with him than I am, right? But he was over here in the States. He's over in England, where he's from and grew up and all that. But he had come over to the States, worked for me for a while, and then all that kind of stuff. Well, when he stopped working for me, he got a job with this company that was doing this stuff that was wrinkle remover for your eyes, right? For under your eyes, like got rid of the bags under your eyes, guaranteed to make you look beautiful, all this other stuff. Yeah, dude, it was hemorrhoid cream. That was the actual active ingredient, and it was hemorrhoid cream. And he told me, he's like, man, I'm selling people stuff that you put on your asshole, and they're using it on the bloody eyes. I don't understand you fucking Americans. Oh, shit. I was like, well, but does it at least work? He's like, oh, yes, it works very well. He's like, yeah, they had him selling it like it was a miracle drug, and he's like, it's just asshole cream. have it, guys. I think I might have her done. I think that works. Let's see, the eyes look too goofy. Eyes aren't bad. I think I'm going to hit that eyebrow one last time. Just a little bit tighter brush. And yeah, I think we got it. I think we got the little chick. Let's spin her. Yeah, I think that's pretty fucking close. I think I nailed the paint job. What do you guys think? Think we're good. Think we're good. Fucking Pokemon. I gotta figure out which other Pokemon I'm gonna fucking print out this time. I gotta go through her list, see which ones she really, really wanted. Shaymin ground form was one of them, and yeah, we got it. We got it. Dicker Jibs!
Domo Oregato.
Help. I'm stuck inside this damn PC.
Thank you, Sheree. Everybody, make sure you shout out Sheree. Greatest mod on these fucking interwebs. Oh, God. I'm sure Alien's probably streaming. And anybody who's done watching my bullshit will probably want to go over there and have fun with Alien. Over at Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog. He's having fun. I'm going to do my normal, smoke my smoke, talk a little bit more shit, say goodnight. Wait, 6, was that you giving Sheree her flowers? Yeah, everybody should give Sheree her flowers. She puts up with my shit. Actually, you guys all put up with my shit. Hey, I'll tell you what, like live streaming's fun. What makes it really fun is the chat and everybody jumping in here and, you know, like, hey man, what's going on? Even if you just drop by for a couple minutes, dropping your likes and all that stuff. You guys are awesome with that. Um, but what's interesting about it, and I've said this before, you don't realize how much of a bitch it is to try to keep talking for what 4.5 hours straight. Just keep your gums running. You guys make that part easier, so I thank you all for that so much. I'm definitely, you know, the wife's getting major props for the new microphone too. I think it definitely picks up my voice a lot better. I mean, granted, it picks up background noise better too, but I think it is a major improvement on the sound quality. I'm hoping. I have to listen to some of this back and see the grain, and I'm gonna have to put it in sample mode, do a sample of my voice so I can hear what each one of the effects does, so then I can do, you know, dumb shit with it and fun stuff. You know, like I know the robot voice worked right. Also, I got to look up and see what other shit I can download for that program. I really want to do like, let me see. I think there was one that I saw on there. I can create effects too, which I have to screw with that just to figure it out. It's like this one right here is called Sinister.
And I don't know how it sounds completely. I don't know if that sounds interesting, if it sounds nasty or anything.
This one's called dual pitch. So I don't know if it's coming up real high or real low.
But yeah, it's a cool little program that comes with it. Apparently, it's a very good streaming mic, so I'm gonna have to fuck with it. Well, yeah, thank you. Like, I got to tell her, like, I guess the sound quality really is much better. I mean, the other mic, it served me well. It was a total like $40 for the mic and the soundboard, so that lasted through all my original videos, all that shit. It's time. Cameras, on the other hand, my wife's big with photography, so I won't be getting a good camera until she gets a very nice camera. Dear Lord. Well, I guess we can call it a day. Put a wrap on another one. Cool Six. That actually, you're big on sound and you know everything going on. So if you're saying it sounds good, that's good. That tells me right there that an actual guy who sound is a major part of their life. That's awesome. Thank you. But thank you guys again. Thank you all for watching. Like I said, I think Alien should be streaming about now. So Alien Spaceship sound effects and vlog. Tell them GAM sent you. If you're a male, it'll add 2 inches to your penis. If you're a female, it may or may not add a cup size. Unless, of course, your boobs are too big, then it may reduce them a cup size. I can't promise anything though. That's my disclaimer. But yeah, Alien Spaceship sound effects and blog. Check them out. Shout out to Sheree and a big thank you again for being the moderator. And thank all you guys for tuning in. Like I said, can't do this shit without you. You guys motivate me. My superpower is laziness. I'll be back next Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. And I hope to see you then, and hopefully some interesting shit happens, or I watch some interesting shows so we got more shit to talk. But I'll be talking shit then. So everybody try and enjoy the week. And just remember, until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.